All right, it's another broadcast of the Every Star Network, sponsored by the E Nation. I am the Black Knight. This is Gangsta Talk. Got a few things I want to talk about, some very serious things. This road rage is getting out of control. I want to talk to you about driving and how serious driving is and what you should do in a road rage situation. I'm a professional driver that will give you some professional advice that can save your life and get you out of dangerous situations. Also, going to be talking about Generation Z. Generation Z, a very, very interesting group of kids who don't seem to want to have anything to do with anything traditional. The way they talk, the way they think, it seems to me that they just want to hit the reset button. Well, they might. They just might. It's Gangster Talk up right now. Drop it. All right, all right, all right. What's going on, everybody? It's Gangsta Talk. Give me 1 second. Let me get a mic check.
Mic check
Sound check.
loud and clear.
All right, all right, all right. All right, everybody. As people come in, let me get started right quick. As many of you know, I am a professional truck driver. All right. Now, some of you don't have any respect for that. I've been called a dumb truck driver so many times. I wish I had $1 for every time I've been called that. I probably wouldn't be working. Well, I don't fancy myself as a dumb guy. And since the trucking industry rakes in over $728 billion a year, I thought it'd be smart to get a piece of the pie. I mean, it's not hard to master driving if you have a little bit of patience. It's something that's not hard to master, and you make a whole lot of money doing it. I mean, a hell of a lot of money doing it. So why go bust your ass somewhere and beat your head up against the wall to try to achieve something, you know, overwhelmingly spectacular when you can do something that's far less complicated and make a hell of a lot of money doing it? Seems like a smart thing to do to me. Hell, I've been driving for 19 years now. Truck drivers aren't as dumb as you think. We're very educated about the road, which a lot of you aren't. A lot of you are very, very unintelligent when it comes to driving. You don't do very smart things on the road. And it's something that you don't understand out here on this road is that your life is at stake. It's not a game. Other people's lives are at stake. So what you do when you drive, it matters. It not only matters to you, it matters to everybody who's driving on the road with you. And some of you aren't very smart when it comes to driving. You drive recklessly. You drive like you have the death wish. You take too many chances. You don't particularly understand what you're supposed to do on an on ramp or an off ramp. You don't know how to do basic things like enter a super highway. Some of you I've seen come in highways with speed limits of better than 75 miles per hour. You come crawling in and try to scoot all the way over to the hammer lane, which is the last lane to the left, which is where all of the speed for passing comes from. And you're doing 25 and 30 miles an hour. You're going to get yourself killed that way. One of the things you should never do when you enter a superhighway is slow down. You're supposed to ride with the speed of traffic, but some of you just don't seem to understand that. And many of you fancy yourselves as scholars and intelligent and don't know how to do something as basic as enter a superhighway. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. I'm going to give you some professional driver advice. But before something you can use, but before we get to that, we're going to let Dame do her FBI thing because there's something I want to show you. I'm going to have a very serious conversation with you about road rage and why you need to refrain from road rage. We'll get to the Z Nation later on in the show, the Generation Z. I got a couple of things I want to show you first. So without further ado, Dame, take it away and do your FBI thing.
Okay. Let's cover our bases with the Fair Use Act. This channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use, I repeat, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, definitely, comments, we're going to be commenting, news reporting, only for those who don't know, teaching, we're going to learn something new if we have to hammer it through your head today. Scholarship or research, it's not an infringement of copyright.
All right, all right. First clip up is a road rage incident that took the life of a father of two. Now, I see a lot of this on the road as a truck driver. But before we get started, Dame, let me come back in. I'm frozen.
Okay. All right, everybody. So, stick these trucks are going to do once they reach DC. Want to know that DC has a commercial vehicle restriction? Oh, hello, Michael Green Eyes, Rodney, Mallory, um, Autumn Nature, and of course, our representative of the Generation Z, Truth Is. All right. Okie dokie. Let's see. So, yeah, we've been having some unusual incidents.
All right. All right, get it queued up.
You ready?
Right. Make sure you change the screen first. All right, this is a father that lost his life in a road rage incident. We're going to show it to you. He was fatally shot doing something he should never have done. Play it. Make sure we can hear it. Okay.
Fred Edwards, a few heated seconds between two drivers forever changed lives. Our Charlie DeMar joins us live from the Streamwood Police Department. Charlie.
Brad and Erica, one person was taken into the custody by the Streamwood Police Department. Tonight, we did speak to those who knew Scott Madison. They say whatever that argument was about, that Scott did not deserve to die on the side of a road.
Video circulating online shows Scott Madison outside his blue work truck arguing with the driver of a white Ford. Madison's arm appears to enter the car moments later. Madison is shot several times. He was 46.
That he didn't deserve to die? To be, gunned down the way he was?
Madison worked as an HVAC installer at Paragon Mechanical in Arlington Heights. Kevin Polka was not only his boss, but a close friend.
He always was about his daughters.
Did it surprise you that he did get out?
I don't know if it surprised me or if I know if he didn't, he'd be here today. Scott made mistakes. He did. He wasn't perfect by any means.
Streamwood police say both Madison and the other driver got into a traffic dispute and pulled over on Bartlett Road near Oltendorf Road just before 5:30 Sunday night. Eric Lopez, who lives nearby, was outside with his dogs. He shot this video on his cell phone.
I heard a couple shots. They was arguing. One thing led to another. Consequences came.
A roadside argument now leaves two young girls without their dad and a friend asking why.
If every time someone screws up, if that's the consequence, where are we at? Right? What are we left with?
Now, no word on charges against that person who was taken into custody. Madison's coworkers, they have set up a GoFundMe to help with funeral expenses and also help out his two daughters. We've put a link to that over on our website, cbschicago.com. We're live tonight in Streamwood. Charlie DeMar, CBS 2 News. Brad?
Charlie, thank you.
All right, now get it off the screen. All right, we're going to go past all of the racism because we know if he was black, they would have said that you should have never done that. You don't put your hands on people and all this other stuff, right? But we're going to look at it from a human perspective. People, let me tell you something. I've been riding this road for 19 years. You never, ever engage people on the road. I don't care how mad you are. Now, I understand some people are idiots and they'll cut you off and they'll put you in dangerous situations with your kids in the car, but you have to keep a cool head. What you do in a situation like that, You try to ride with the car behind the car, get the license plate, try to get the make and model of the vehicle, get the mile marker you're passing, what direction you're going in, whether it be east, north, south, whatever, what interstate you're on or what highway you're on or what road you're on, and you call and you report them to the police. That's what you do. The police take stuff like that very seriously. Okay? They take it very seriously. Do not follow someone, park alongside them or behind them, get out of your car and walk up to them. You are putting yourself in danger. And you are threatening that person's life. And then 9 times out of 10, they will end up killing you. Road rage situations aren't for you to solve. That's for the police. Get information, call the police, get as much information as you can, call the police and report the incident, make, model of the vehicle, license plate number, what direction you're heading in, what mile marker you're passing. Try to give them as much information as possible, and they will track this person down. Trust me, those troopers out there, they don't play games. This man left behind a daughter of 2 because he decided to run up against somebody who cut him off, lean his head into the window, and put his hand through that window and touch the person inside. Now, I don't know if the person inside was a man or a woman, but I do know this. He or she pulled the gat and started busting and hit him dead in the chest 4 times. It's not a game out here, people. You're not a police officer. That's not your job. Keep a cool head. Never engage anybody on the road. Even if you see someone on the side of the road broke down, call a tow truck, couldn't keep it moving. It's too dangerous to even try to pull over and help somebody nowadays. I'll give you a quick story. I was in Pennsylvania. A woman just hit a deer, tore a car up, and she went flying over to the side. Airbags deployed and everything. I pulled my truck in front of her, got out of my truck, started walking back towards her. I'm a big man, okay? I'm 6'4", all right? She saw me coming towards her and started leaning over and reaching her hand out to her glove compartment. So first thing clicked in my mind is that she was reaching for a gun, and she may have been delirious because of the airbags, and she may have thought I was coming to harm her. So I immediately stopped in my tracks, turned around, walked back to my truck, pulled off, and reported the incident to 911 and let them come and help her. I wasn't about to get shot. She had just hit a deer, tore up her car, and her airbags deployed. Most likely the airbags bust her in the face. She's in a daze. She see a big black man coming towards her. She was white. She started reaching for a glove compartment. First thing came to my mind, she's reaching for a gun. Okay? I turned around, got back in my truck, pulled off, called the police, told her where she was at, and let the police help her. Do not engage anyone on the road unless you know them. You have no idea what people are capable of. You don't know what they're carrying. You cannot predict what's going to happen, especially if you are angry. Now, to you gun owners out there, driving with guns in your car, let me tell you something. Because you have a burner on you does not give you the right to drive reckless on the road. You're irresponsible. It's like you're picking a fight with someone with their hands tied behind their back. You have a gun, they don't. I notice a lot of you people who got guns, you get cocky, you take chances, and you start doing things you shouldn't do. And you antagonize people. Let me tell you something. You live by the gun, you die by the gun. Just because you carry a gun don't mean you can't die. So y'all better get a grip on it too, you gun owners out here driving reckless, because 9 times out of 10, when they're driving reckless like that, they're packing some serious heat. That's why they're doing that in most cases. Because you see, when a person packs a gun, all of a sudden they have no fear in them. They think they're invincible and they can't be touched. And some of them let that go to their head and they start doing reckless things, careless things. A lot of you guys are irresponsible. Now, some people out there shouldn't have license. Some of you people are an absolute danger to yourselves and to people on the road. So let me tell you, as a professional truck driver, I am a CDL holder. I've been driving for 19 years. I know a lot of information about roads and how to drive on them and what to do and what not to do. Let me give you a couple of things of what not to do. I don't know what's wrong with a lot of you. You seem to got it in your head that when someone is in a lane in front of you and they put on a blinker to go into another lane, for some reason, some of you think that that's the cue for you to go into that same lane before they do. You need to stop doing that. If the police catch you doing that, it's a wrap. You can cause an accident like that. You can broadside somebody like that and cause a 2 to 3, 4, maybe 10 car pileup, depending on how fast the speed limit is. I don't know where people get that from. I've had that happen to me. For some reason, when a person puts on a blinker to go into another lane, the person behind them thinks that's your cue to try to beat them into that lane. No, it's not. You maintain your lane and let that person get over into the lane that they indicated that they wanted to get into with their blinker lights. Now, some of you understand blinker lights are like Christmas decorations and you don't think they mean anything. If you have that kind of mentality, you shouldn't have a driver's license because you're a danger to yourself and everybody on the road. It's the real deal out here, people. You make mistakes out here on this road, you can die. It's not a race. It's not a game. Driving isn't something you should play with. You should take driving extremely seriously. Here's another thing I got a problem with. People who don't know how to correctly enter an interstate via a on-ramp. Some of you come in to the on-ramp onto the interstate slowing down with speed limits of upwards of 75 miles an hour. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know who told you that that was something you should be doing. That is dangerous. That will get you killed. The proper way to enter an interstate is to get speed up as you on the on-ramp, getting ready to go into the interstate. Get your speed up to the flow of traffic. Have your blinker on so people can see you so they can move over and let you in. You should be at the speed of traffic or half at the speed of traffic before you exit that on-ramp. If the speed limit is 75 miles an hour, you should be hitting that interstate at 45 or better. And accelerating. You accelerate out of an on-ramp, not decelerate. Decelerating will get you killed. Accelerate out of an on-ramp, not decelerate. I'm not sure where y'all getting that information from. Here's another problem that I see. Some of you fancy yourselves as daredevils, and you want to ride alongside of a big truck. Let me tell you something. 18-wheel trucks have a lot of restrictions. For example, we have a blind side on the right side where we can't hardly see you. You can disappear. So you should never ride with us on our blind side because a lot of the times we're not going to know you there. And let me tell you something. We blow a tire or something, that's your ass. If the person is a novice and can't maintain control of the truck, that is your ass. Never ride with a big truck. All that trying to pull even with a big truck, you're putting your life in danger. When you see a big truck, you either pass them. If you can't drive fast enough to pass them, then you fall back and give yourself space. Never ride with a big truck. And do not cut a big truck off because I'm going to tell you something. They can't stop. See, some people think because we got 18 sets of air brakes that somehow we can stop. It doesn't work that way. We slow down. We don't just stop. Especially if we have maximum weight on at 80,000 pounds. There is no just stopping. It's a slow roll. And during that slow roll, you can absolutely get knocked into next week if you're in front of it. You know how many cars I've seen get T-boned by tractor trailers out here? Split in half? Because people thought that they can cut a truck driver off at 75 miles an hour and didn't have the audacity to slow down, forcing him to jam his brakes. That's a no-no. Another thing, speeding. All you speed demons out here, let me tell you something. You can get cute all you want. But if you get into an accident speeding, if you survive, you're going to be in the world of hurt because they're going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. Why? Because you were speeding. Drive the speed limit. Next thing you should do, when you get up in the morning, wherever you got to go, before you get in your car, you need to relax your mind so you can be relaxed and alert and pay attention to where you're driving at all times. And don't do things on the road because you see other people doing them. Everybody on the road isn't sane. There's a lot of people out there who are insane who shouldn't have driver's licenses. Tailgating. Tailgating on the interstate is dangerous. Everything escalates on the interstate, people, when the speed limit is above 70, 75, 80 miles an hour. Tailgating is problematic. You know why? Because you cut off your reaction time. The closer you are to a vehicle, the less time you have to react in case something happens to the vehicle in front of you. Some of you don't have a brain in your head. You have a herd mentality. You need to be driving as an individual. You don't have a group out there that you ride with. You need to practice individualism when you're driving. This is not a herd. Stop following slow cars and then start a chain of slow cars. You can cause an accident that way. Learn how to drive. Be smart as a driver. Understand the road. Take what the traffic gives you. Don't try to bully your way into a situation that you can't control. And again, stop coming from behind people when they put a blinker on and try to beat them in the direction that they have the blinker on. If they want to get into the left lane, let them get into the left lane. Don't try to beat them into the left lane. I'm telling you right now, if a trooper see you do that, it's a wrap. That's not cute. You can cause some serious damage that way. and possibly lose your life depending on what type of collision you cause. So I wanted to take time to give you that personal bit of professional advice as a truck driver who's been driving these roads 19 years, going into my 20th year. Let's recap real quick about road rage, people. You don't want no smoke with road rage. Do not engage anybody on the road. It is unpredictable. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what kind of heat they packing. You don't know what state of mind they're in. Obviously, they're not in their right state of mind if they cut you off. That should give you an indication right there. If somebody cuts you off and you feel that it's egregious, you drive with them, get as much information as possible, and you report them to the police and tell the police the incident. And trust me, the troopers out here, they don't play those games. They will hawk that person down. If they got the right information, they will hawk that. I've seen them pull people over. I've seen them pull people over that I've reported. I had a fool cut me off coming down the mountain. I'm 80,000. I'm using my Jake brakes. I'm trying to maintain my 55 and below. He cut me off and slowed down, which drove me absolutely crazy. You think I didn't report him? He could have got both of us killed. I couldn't stop. And he was arrested 20 miles down the road. So it works. When you got fools like that on the road that's making it reckless and dangerous for everyone, they are supposed to be reported. I don't care nothing about no snitching. You're saving lives when you get fools like that off the road, because it's obvious that they don't understand the seriousness of the situation. Driving is not a game. It's not something you play with. It's not something that you come out and show your ass with. There were other people on the road, people with children. You owe it to yourself and owe it to these people to drive safely. And don't get out here and act like a goddamn fool and get yourself killed and other people killed. If you see a fool driving recklessly, they cutting you off, cutting people off, report that fool. Get that fool off the interstate. And all you speed demons out there, you're going to get enough of that one day. Not many people survive high-speed collisions. So I just wanted to share that with you, especially about the road rage. Do not engage. All right, so we want to go on to our next clip. Dame, cue up the next clip. Okay. Cue up the next clip. Okay.
All right, it's ready.
All right, now this one right here is a situation where I don't like what this says. I don't like this happening in these schools. And this goes to what I've been saying about homeschooling your children. I understand some of you are not in a position to do that, but you need to start working towards that. You need to get your children out of these public schools. These public schools are dangerous, and they are no longer institutions of learning. They become breeding grounds for extreme violence and hatred, and they are harmful to children. Before COVID-19, the schools were already bad. Now, after COVID-19, it's even worse. This is why I'm a strong advocate of homeschooling. Get your kids out of these schools. I don't understand what the hell was the teacher doing, allowing this to happen. Now, we're going to play the clip. And then I got something to say right after. Go ahead, Dan, play it.
Welcome to Allstate, where bundling your home and auto could save you up to 25%. Home plus auto equals savings. That makes a lot of sense. Allstate, better protection costs a whole lot less. Click for a quote today.
Don't you hit her. Get off my face. You better get off my face. Go. Get off. Go, man. Just go. Move. Move, man. Oh, y'all, look. Touch me. Get me out. Touch me again, man. Oh my God. Let it.
All right, see.
Welcome to Allstate.
All right, get it off the screen. I got all kinds of problems with what you just saw. First of all, where the hell was the teacher when they were in each other's face? That was the time to stop it. What kind of teachers do we have in these schools today? That should have never happened. Now, here's another thing, too. She provoked this young man. I don't condone this young man putting hands on her like that. That's something I would never teach my son. He was provoked. She shouldn't have provoked him. Apparently, in these households, there's some terrible teachings going on. I'm really upset with the teacher. Okay, play it again, Dame. Play it one more time. Did you get rid of the clip?
No, I'm gonna have to refresh it though. Hold on.
Yeah, play it one more time. I want to show you why I got such a problem with the teacher. All right, I don't know what's happening with Dame, but I don't like. Dame, what happened to the clip?
Hold on. With this one, I had to refresh. I'm ready.
It's the same clip, right?
Yeah. Different.
All right, play it.
Don't you hit her. Go.
Okay. Stop it.
Go, man. Just go.
Where's the teacher? Where's the teacher? The teacher should have been right there in their faces, right there. That should have never escalated. Where is the teacher? What kind of teachers do we have in these schools today? These teachers are putting our children in harm's way. Play it.
Move, man. Oh, y'all, look.
Where's the teacher?
Touch me again. Oh my God. Let it.
So this is why we don't fight girls. Because of the extreme damage we can do to a woman. We're naturally stronger. It's one thing to push the girl out of your face. It's another thing to pummel her like that. That was uncalled for. Apparently, this is a man that doesn't have control of his temperament. That's the problem. 2, the teacher should be fired. You don't leave your class unattended like that. And how is it that you don't know what your students are doing in the classroom? You were supposed to be in that classroom looking after the well-being of those children. Hold on one second. I'm frozen again.
Yeah. The teacher was either outside the room, on the other side of the door, stepped out for a moment, or he was a sub. Sometimes this stuff happen when there's a sub going on. Yeah, I had to break up a fight between two boys. But hey, there were two boys that were equal size. Um, there was equal strength. So
Like I said, I don't like what this indicates. Apparently, the young man does not have control of his temperament, and she does not have any respect for any kind of She doesn't have any discipline herself. So it's two left shoes here, and then the environment in the classroom is such an environment that induces this kind of behavior. See, I grew up with good teachers. I know what good teachers can do to a classroom. A good teacher sets the standard in the environment in the classroom. There are teachers who come in and you know that they don't play and they set the standard in the classroom and the children behave as such. They follow the guidelines. Apparently, this teacher is weak. The environment is somewhat corrupted and it induces bad behavior. For a young lady to get up and challenge a young man like that tells me that the teacher is weak and doesn't have control of the classroom and is probably in there for a paycheck and don't give a F about what, who, when, and how. A teacher like this should be fired. Now, we have no idea to what type of damage the girl took, what type of damage the boy took. They shouldn't have been fighting at all. That should have been dealt with from the beginning, and it shouldn't be happening. That kind of behavior shouldn't be taking place in a classroom with the right teacher. A right teacher will not even allow such behavior. I don't know what's wrong with these teachers today. You got them doing lap dances, showing up drunk, punching the clock, not giving an F about who kids is what. That teacher should be fired. And I know what people are going to say. Well, she hit him first. He did it. It's a tragedy. What I saw was a tragedy. It's a shame that we have people taking sides when we should be concerned about what we saw as a collective. Girls and boys fighting each other. That's not supposed to happen. I don't want to see a young man pummeling a young girl like that. That was overkill. He could have seriously hurt that girl. And I don't want to see a young girl challenging a young man like that. She has no discipline. We have a problem. Black people, we have a problem. Our children are reflective of our poor parenting and leadership. This is not funny. This is not him against her or her against him. This is about us failing. Boys and girls fighting each other in classroom, which is supposed to be an institution of learning. The teacher is nowhere to be found until after the girl got, nearly beaten into unconsciousness. This is our failure. This is why I'm a big, strong advocate of getting your kids, as many of them as possible, out of these public schools before they get hurt or worse. These public schools are no good anymore. Homeschool your child. Do your best to homeschool your child. I understand some of you don't have it like that. I get it. Try to find some way to work it out. This is a poor reflection on us as Black people. I don't think this is funny. I saw some people doing this video. That man, he put them paws on her, man. Yo, man, he stepped to her, man. Yo, he did it. What kind of talk is that? And a lot of these guys were my age. That's what's so embarrassing about it. We had guys my age or a little younger in their 40s talking about, yo, he put hairs on her, man. He put her in her place. You think that kind of talk is some kind of, victory for us? It's shameful that we're talking that way about children fighting in classrooms, an institution that's supposed to be for learning. No one said anything about the derelict teacher, though. But they talked about how the boy beat the girl up and cheered the boy on. What the fuck is this, Rome? Have we become Romans? Do we want to see the bloodshed of our children as entertainment in a coliseum? Hell, why don't we throw a few tigers? Dane, play it one more time. Play it one more time. Yeah, I'm glad my Gen Z guys are showing up because I want to have y'all on the panel. I want to have a real big time discussion with y'all. This is going to be our show after I get finished with this. All you Zennials or Zoomers, I want y'all on the panel tonight because I want to have a really nice discussion with you guys. I like the way y'all think. Y'all have very interesting perspectives on life. And I do think that y'all will be the end of white supremacy. But let me get through this first. Play it. Oh, boy. Just play it. Get over it. So we're in the Coliseum now. Why don't you throw some lions and tigers in there? Give them a couple of swords and shields. This the kind of entertainment that you want? This is what you want to see? What if it was your children? This is what you want to see? Imagine the parents who saw this. How you think they feel? How you think a mother or father feels seeing their daughter get pummeled like that? How do you think a father feels seeing his son overdo it like that and not be in control of his own temperament? It's not entertainment. This is about our failure as Black people. We have got to get it together. This is not what we teach our children. This is not the kind of behavior that's acceptable amongst our children. I still don't understand why nobody said anything about the teacher. All of the clips I saw about this, it was all about, oh, he whooped her ass. He did this, he did that. That's where we are now? No one said anything about the teacher. That teacher should be fired for allowing that to continue. You should be fired for allowing that kind of environment. The way these kids think it's okay to behave that way. Like I said, I grew up with good teachers. I'm old school. I grew up with teachers that would not have any of that. You knew when you came in their class, you sat your ass down and you behaved. He allowed that kind of environment. Those kids thought it was okay to stand up and act that way because the teacher is weak. We got a lot of ways to go, people. This is not funny. The brutalization of our children towards one or the other, it isn't entertainment. It turns into real life tragedy. Mothers crying, fathers wishing that they did something different. You see, let me tell you something. It's a motherfucker when you outlive your children. You don't believe me? Ask parents whose children were murdered. Better yet, ask the parents whose children was murdered and the parents feel that it was their fault because they weren't there, or they feel that they didn't do something, or didn't stop something, or didn't pay attention. You see, when your child gets lowered into that ground, the reality really sets in, right? It's not funny then. It's no longer entertainment. When the tears of pain start to roll down your eyes, you realize it's not entertainment. That was your child that you failed. Who now no longer has a chance to outlive you and has left you behind. We got to do better. We have got to do better. We have got to get serious about teaching our children. We have got to get serious about dealing with the environments that we are creating for our children. We've got to get serious about the adults that we charge to be in care of the welfare of our children. Next one up. For all you swirlers out there, all you Becky worshipers, for all y'all who think the black woman is crazy and have a bad attitude and she's the worst mother in the world and all kinds of things like that. Well, let me show you something. Dane, fire up the next clip.
Yeah, guys, this all started, police tell me, with an argument between two kids that led to a fight that a 30-year-old woman jumped into. She is now likely going to be, police tell me, with
a 30-year-old woman fighting with two kids. One child is hers. She jumped in on the side of her child and helped her child beat up the other kid, right? She's 30 years old. She's also white. Play it.
Felony assault charges. This troubling video from Roseville Middle School, now the focus of a police investigation. Watch as the woman in the gray hoodie jumps into a fight between two students. She's said to be related to the girl in red. They quickly overwhelm the other girl, who we are not identifying. The adult kicks her twice in the face.
Very hard to watch. As a parent, it was hard to watch.
Roseville Deputy Police Chief Mitch Berlin says the incident in question happened last week around 7 a.m. before the start of classes. Someone called 911 and officers responded to the scene and rendered aid to the student who was beaten up. The other student and woman in question had already left.
Our detective bureau is working on it diligently, and they should have charges coming forth relatively soon. And hopefully that person just decides to turn themselves in and expedite the process.
We reached out to Roseville Community Schools for comment, but have yet to receive a response.
That's the worst problem, because that adult was involved. I mean, it shouldn't have happened anyway. Yeah. But now the adult is involved, it's going to be, you would think something's going to happen.
Man, the fact that we didn't get notified about any of that, man,
Yeah.
That's a little off-putting.
Definitely alarming, bro.
These Roseville Middle School dads say the woman in the video who joined the fight should have broken it up or de-escalated the situation.
Definitely. That's definitely what you're supposed to do as an adult.
Yeah, that's common sense.
Common sense. It's a no-brainer. Definitely disturbing. And, you know, we got kids to go here, man.
Stop.
All right, police tell me that
the woman in the gray, the adult, the white woman, the Becky, 30 years old, should have broken it up. Yet she joined in and opened up a can of whoop ass. And you say black women have attitudes? You say black women are the worst mothers. You say black women can't be controlled and they're beastly and they're masculine. Play it, Dan.
the school district is cooperating with the investigation and that officers have been posted up at schools in the mornings to make sure that this sort of thing does not happen again.
Let's run it back one more time. I want these swirlers, refresh it. I want these swirlers to really take a good look at this. All you Becky worshipers and, you know, putting down the black woman, saying the black woman is reckless and she's the worst mother. Refresh it, Dame. And that she's the first one.
Started, police
saying she's the worst mother in the world and all of that. I want you to really pay attention to your goddess, Becky, and notice her behavior. Pay strict attention to her behavior. Notice how she comes out of nowhere with her gray sweat jacket on and immediately jumps on the other kid and starts to pummel the other kid and even kicks the kid in the face twice. What responsible mother kicks a child in the face twice? What responsible mother jumps a child with her daughter, a young daughter, and then kicks the girl in the face twice? Play it.
Yeah, guys, this all started, police tell me, with an argument between two kids that led to a fight that a 30-year-old woman jumped into. She is now likely going to be hit, police tell me, with felony assault charges. This troubling video from Roseville Middle School, now the focus of a police investigation. Watch as the woman in the gray hoodie jumps into a fight between...
Here comes Becky with all her femininity, right? Then we have some fool up here talking about black women should be more like white women. Is this what they're talking about? Is this what he's talking about? That black women should be more like this? Black mothers should be more like this one? Play it.
Between two students. She's said to be related to the girl in red. They quickly overwhelm the other girl, who we are not identifying. The adult kicks her twice in the face.
Very hard to watch. As a parent, it was hard to watch.
Roseville Deputy Police Chief Mitch Berlin says the incident in question happened last.
So she kicked the girl after they overwhelmed. This is a young girl now. This is middle school, so they probably around 12, 11 or somewhere like that. How old is middle school? Is it like 10 or 11 or something like that?
Between 10 and 12.
10 and 12. This is middle school. So these are 10 and 12-year-olds. Okay? So she's attacking a girl that's either 10 or 12 or somewhere in there 11 and beating her up like she's a grown woman and then kicking her in the face, full force, twice. And we had a fool up here saying that black women should be more like white women. And this is what you want black women to be like? Play it.
Last week around 7 a.m. before the start of classes. Someone called 911 and officers responded to the scene and rendered aid to the student who was beaten up. The other student and woman in question had already left.
Our detective bureau's working on it diligently.
Wow, you see that? Check this out.
Relatively soon.
Stop. Then they threw the girl down. Nobody called the ambulance, didn't care if she was hurt or nothing. And the child is following the mother. So the mother is leading, right? So it's her leadership that the child is following. So now you can see why the kid is wild, because you see what the mother is like, right? And this is what you say you want black women to be like? You fools who think that black women should be more like white women? Play it.
And hope that person just decides to turn themselves in.
Let's back it up one more time. Let's back it up one more time to the fight. Back it up to the fight. Let's watch the fight in its entirety. Let's watch Becky swoop in with all of her femininity and all of her proper behavior and all of her black woman envy, and black women should be more like her. Go back to the beginning. Play it.
This troubling video from Roseville Middle School now the focus of a police investigation. Watch as the woman in the gray hoodie jumps into a fight between two students. She's said to be related to the girl in red. They quickly overwhelm the other girl, who we are not identifying. The adult kicks her twice in the face.
Very hard to watch. As a parent, it was hard to watch.
Roseville Deputy Police Chief Mitch Berlin says the incident in question happened last week around 7 a.m. before the start of classes. Someone called 911 and officers responded to the scene and rendered aid to the student who was beaten up. The other student and woman in question had already left.
Our detective bureau is working on it diligently, and they should have charges coming forth relatively soon. And hope that person just decides to turn themselves in and expedite the process.
We reached out to Roseville Community Schools for comment, but have yet to receive a response.
That's the worst problem.
All right, then you can get it off the screen. Well, get off the screen then. Becky, there you go. Swirlers. This is the woman that you praise, the one you're always talking about, the one you say that the black woman is least desired over. Behaving like a savage. And that's middle school's kids. So that child was either 10, 11, 12, or 13. As he kicked that child in the face full force twice. That's savagery. And you got the nerve to sit up here and say that they're better than black women. Black women love their children. What grown-ass woman jumps into a fight with a couple of kids and help one kid beat the hell out of the other? What kind of OK Corral, wired up fucking Thelma and Louise shit is that? Well, you swirlers, boy. Keep swirling. Keep swirling. You're going to get what you're looking for. Now, this next clip, Brad is in action. And this is for, I'm being equal tonight. A little bit. This is for some of the women who think that most black men ain't shit, which is not true. You see, because Brad is an extremely savage person himself, right? He's already proven that. Now, we talked about teachers, okay? Talked about how reckless teachers are and how they should be fired. Well, here's another candidate for termination. They ain't fire it up. Here's Brad in action. He's a teacher. Oh, the girl that he is manhandling is his student. Play it. No, notice all of the screaming and the throwing her around on the chairs and beating the hell out of her. This is a teacher, people, a white teacher, beating up a young white girl in his classroom. Now they want to talk about our kids and how our kids are unruly and how they need to be removed from classrooms. Apparently, they seem to be having the same kind of trouble. Interesting, huh? Funny how we don't ever hear this side now, do we? All you swirlers and manosphere guys and all you sellouts and turncoats who want to invest in the white community because you say black women have bad attitudes and don't know how to raise children. Play it again, Dame. Because I wanted to see how many are going to invest in the white community after seeing this. Play it one more time, Dame. For all of you guys like woke progressive who wants to put his children in white schools because he thinks white schools are better. Well, this is coming to a white school near you. Play it. You know, I wish I could have seen I wish I could have seen the news clip to where the kids were being interviewed. I'm willing to bet you that every last one of those children in there was scared out of their mind. I particularly would have loved to hear what the Asian girl said. Now, she probably painted Mr. Brad as a monster. But these are the communities that the swirlers and the turncoats and guys like Woke Progressive and RBR want to invest in. RBR being pro-white condones this kind of behavior. He would want you to put your children in schools like this and simply will tell you, just don't put them in charge of our government. He don't mind if they're beating the hell out of your children. Just don't put them in charge of the government. So that is the end of our little video entertainment. So let me move on to exactly. They beat her up like she was a Nintendo game. What is it, Dave?
Turns out he's a Chinese brat.
He's a Chinese brat, an Asian brat.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Beating up a white girl.
No, I think she's there. Is it all Asian school?
That's an Asian school.
Yeah, because one of the kids was blocking it, and the work he was blocking them with is all.
Wow. So wait a minute. Wow. So you passport dudes, the passport gang. You know, this Mei Ling and Wu Manchu and them. I know a couple of you guys got Asian wives, right? Are you sending your children to these kinds of schools? It seems like the Asian dude ain't playing. He putting hands on people. He putting hands on people.
I think they're allowed to slap the kid across the face if they feel they're not learning well enough.
Maybe they should have called on Mr. Miyagi so he can come in with his famous wax on and wax off and control the situation. You know? You know something about the Karate Kid? How many of y'all know that Mr. Miyagi wasn't actually a martial artist? He was really a dancer.
Okay, I knew he wasn't really a martial artist. The dancer thing is new for me.
Yeah, he was really a dancer. His style of dance allowed him to mimic some martial art moves. But don't know anything about martial arts, Mr. Miyagi. But anyway, let's get on to the other part of the show. The Z Nation, the Generation Z. I like this generation, y'all. I'm getting ready to drop the link here soon for any of you Zoomers or Zennials, whatever you want to call yourselves. Come up and have a conversation with me. I've been talking to quite a few of the Z generation. And one thing I like about them is that they don't want to have anything to do with anything traditional. They are not interested in white supremacy, racism. They understand the history, but they're not really beholden to the history. They want to move on. They want to get past that. They don't want any more barriers. They want to be able to see who they want and when they want to see them. And they don't want nobody telling them a goddamn thing. They don't care about traditions. They don't care about being pro-black or pro-white or pro-Asian or pro-anything. They just want to be themselves, and they want complete and total freedom to do what they want to do, when they want to do it, how they want to do it. And I have to say, after talking to a lot of them, I really don't have a problem with it. Maybe it's time that there is a change that needs to take place for the better. When you really look at all of the traditions, the Marcus Garveys, the Malcolm X's, and all of us, all the traditions that we set, what have we really accomplished? Well, we have a cesspool of hatred, self-hatred, a lot of murder, death, kill, a lot of resentment towards one or the other, a lot of conniving and evil people, a lot of setups and a lot of phony people, pseudo scholars and people who study books and come out and regurgitate BS that you can't use or don't have anything good for you to really listen to when they open up their mouths and start to speak. Oh, we have great orators, guys who can articulate you to death. Experienced tongue trillers that can mesmerize you with the English language and fancy enunciations of long words with more than 4 syllables. Then we have the people who are on a deeper state of consciousness who seems to be on a trail of make-believe. They come in like ghosts and appear before you and say, we have to go to a higher state of consciousness, as if that's going to do anything different. As if we can just somehow turn off the faucet of blood that we've turned on years ago. Apparently they don't understand that the spigot is broken. And so now we say, who is going to stop all of this hatred? Black men against black women, white people against everyone, Asians swirling, pro-black, pro-white, pro-Asian, nationalists, Nazis. You see, the world that we've created is an endless whirlpool or vortex of constant tragedy. And so now, enter stage left, the Z Nation, the ZGs, Generation Z to the rescue, who don't have any connection or don't want any connection to the world we've created. They want to create their own world. They don't want to have anything to do with our traditions because they've seen how our traditions are flawed and that they breed hatred and self-loathing, contempt, brain disease, bums, marauders, land pirates, moochers, phonies, fakes. They want nothing to do with that. They see us constantly at each other's throats. They see us not being able to do something as simple as get along one to the other, or one for the other, or with the other. They see us in constant tailspins of never-ending, aggravating discussions and arguments about color. Black people fighting amongst black people because of the shade of black they are. Not having an overall understanding that we're all black, whether you are light skin, brown skin, maple skin, syrup skin. Well, the syrup skin I made up. Maple skin, dark skin. The lighter you are, the more you don't like the dark skin. I've heard brothers say things like this. If a black woman can't give me a light-skinned child, I want a white woman. I don't want dark-skinned children. So the Zennials or Zoomers are listening to all of this. To them, this is foolishness. These are very, very enlightened. These are very intelligent people. I'm starting to really appreciate them the more I talk to them. They are very intelligent. They are very insightful in their young age. I don't know if they came into the world like that or they just observed and learned quickly. But the more I talk to them, the more I like them. And I like their perspective on life. They've had enough of what we call a society. They've seen our mistakes. And they have watched them repeat themselves over and over and over. We are in a rut to where we're marching in place and we're getting nowhere. Oh, sure, we have the intellectuals, the great orators who are legendary, the Garveyites, the Pan-Africans, who will swoon you with their magnificent, harmonic presentation of a beautiful set of words spoken so eloquently it could put you to sleep. The way you may have a dream that you will one day get to the mountaintop. Some of them are so good at speaking, they have a rhythmic sound when they talk. And as they speak with this great forked tongue that shrills about, kind of makes you want to do a belly dance, like a snake, right? Going back and forth. And so all of this great intellect, it seems to not do us any good. We still murder each other at an alarming rate. We still can't do something as simple as get along with one or the other. We just simply cannot do something as simple as acknowledge that light skin black, brown skin black, dark skin black are all black. So instead of acknowledging that, we decide to get into a fight with one shade versus the other shade, which is really ridiculous and stupid, but that's what we do. But we're scholars, right? We're smart people. Like I said earlier, you got people calling truck drivers dumb, but can't drive. Can't do something as simple as enter an on-ramp on an interstate. See, when you can't do simple things that don't require that much thought, you should refrain from insulting someone's intelligence. But the Z people starting to become my favorite generation. The more I talk to them, the more I like them. I love their perspective. They don't want to have anything to do with any of this shit. They can care less about skin color. They don't give a damn about Becky Brad. They don't give a damn about Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey. They don't care nothing about being pro-black, pro-white, pro-anything. They don't give a fuck. They don't want any part of our world. Because our world shows them nothing but bad things. They don't want to live in a world where they experience nothing but bad things all of the time, or most of the time. Now, as far as history, they acknowledge history. They just don't want to relive it. They want to go in a new direction. To them, it's not about race. Race don't matter to them. They tell you you can't be a swirler if you never claim to be a particular race. Many of them don't even want to be acknowledged as a race. They don't want to be Asian. The Z Asians don't want to be Asians. The Z blacks don't want to be black. The Z whites don't want to be white. Anything with a Z on it don't want to be its own nationality. They don't care. They want something different out of life. They are into experiencing life at its fullest. See, one thing I like about them, they truly understand that you only get one life. And many of them are young, and they really understand that. They understand that better than older people. That you only get one life, but they don't want to waste it hating other people. They don't want to waste it fighting with other people over skin color. They don't want to waste it getting involved with ridiculous movements that don't lead to anywhere but misery. Now, some of them do want to be their nationality. You have some who do want to be black, and they do want to uphold being black, but they want it a little differently. They don't want the shade fighting. See, to them, if you're black, whether you're light skin, brown skin, dark skin, they don't care about your shade as long as you're black. See, another thing I like about these Xennials, they have different factions within their generation that are pretty cool too. You have the overall Xennials, and then you have the faction Xennials, right? The factions would be something like Truth belongs to, the black faction. They want black people to be black people. They don't want to be fighting with light-skinned blacks. They think that's ridiculous. To them, we are all black. And that's the right attitude to have. That is the attitude. That's the attitude that we as black people should have, period. If we're black, we're black. Who gives a damn if he or she is light skinned or brown skinned? What the hell has that got to do with anything? What should matter is that he who's light skinned is a light skinned black or a brown skinned black. Black should be the overall understanding of who we are, not whether you're light skinned, dark skinned, cream skinned. Now, do I see a flaw in the Z Nation? A little bit. Because as the factions become stronger, there could be a little divide amongst the Zennials who are outside of the factions. But I like both. I like the regular Zennials and I like the faction Zennials. They're very smart people. And one thing that they can do that we can't do, they can actually get along with each other. They can. And they can get along with other races too. The Zennials that are black, I like the way they do black, right? They just do black. But they don't ignore other races. They just don't interact with other races like they interact with their own blacks. And there's no hatred to be found. They can get along with other races just fine. They just don't interact with them to the level that they interact with their own blacks. You know? Like Truth, if he's going to be with his black peoples, he's not going to be with his Asian peoples the way he would be with his black peoples. When he's around his Asian peoples, he's different. When he's around other peoples, he's different. He's never going to interact with other people to the extent that he acts with his own people. I'll tell you, I'm really getting a kick out of these Zennials. Every time I talk to them, there's always something new. They ain't dropped the link. I'm going to drop the link. So any Z people want to come on up, I would love to have a conversation with you. I like the way you guys say. I believe that they will be the end of white supremacy and racism. They are the enemy to white supremacy and to racism. They're not trying to get involved in even the factions, even the ones who are black or whatever. They don't have that kind of stance. They have a different way of looking about it, a different way of going about it. They're not going to allow racism and white supremacy to deter anything that they do. And they're not afraid. These people got guts, y'all. They're not afraid at all. They know what's out here, and they're not afraid. So I do believe that they are the end. Their generation and the generation coming after them, this is the end of white supremacy and racism. These people are not trying to carry that mantle. They don't want to have nothing to do with it. And they don't want to have anything to do with the traditions and the connections that cause it. They're on a completely different level. And they have a completely different outlook on life. Very, very positive people too. Very strong-willed, very positive people. They want to accomplish things. They see too much beauty in the world, and they believe that it's being wasted over bullshit like colorism, especially the factional Z's. They can't stand colorism. They hate colorism. They think it's ridiculous. To them, it's a waste. They're really much into the beauty of being black. Oh, of course, Auntie. I'm not saying that they're going to end the hatred because when one thing stops, another takes its place. So it'll be a new situation that we'll have to get adjusted to. Probably a new kind of hatred, a new kind of system. We don't know. We'll see. But one thing is the old system won't be around much longer. We know how we felt about that. I'm kind of looking forward to what happens after white supremacy. I probably won't be here to share it. Many of us probably won't. It's going to take some time. I think the Z's are the beginning. They're the beginning of a new type of thought, a new thought pattern. And they won't allow themselves to be marred by our mistakes. A lot of them really don't have any real connection to the things that we did that they believe was wrong, to the things that we did that they believe caused a lot of hell, a lot of strife. They don't want to have nothing to do with it. And they don't want to relive it. They don't want to rehash it. And they don't want it to continue. And I commend them for that. Now, some will say they're disrespecting our history. No, they're not disrespecting history. They acknowledge our history. They acknowledge it. They just believe that we should get past it. They believe that we shouldn't let it hold us back. They believe that it's part of our problem of why we're not progressing, because we dwell too much on it to the point to where we don't progress. Like I said, I've had extensive conversations with these Z's. They're very, very smart people. They believe holding on to the past is what's stopping us from creating a beautiful future. See, a lot of them are into beauty. They're into the beauty part of life. Now, some of us may poo-poo that, right? They're into love. They want to love each other. They want to experience things. They want to have fun. They don't want their lives to be hung up in some kind of turmoil, and that they can't drive their cars because if they get pulled over, some crazy cop is going to shoot them because of the color of their skin. They don't want no part of that. They want to get rid of all of that. Now, I, for one, hope they do. I don't think they can do it by themselves. I think they can get it started, and I think the generations after them can complete the job. The Z Nation. I like talking to them. Very, very good people. Very, very exciting people. Definitely a different thought pattern than what I'm used to. I'm be around, I'm an old pro-black dude. I'm going to stay pro-black to the day I go to my grave. There's never going to be a time where I will ever not be pro-black. Okay? I'm going to always be pro-black. But I wonder what happens after my generation. Once my generation is gone, will there still be pro-black people? Probably not. Maybe this is the last bit of us left who are traditional, who believe in the old school teachings. Maybe our time is past. We've had our shot. It's a young man's and a young woman's game now. We've had our shot. We did some good things. We did some bad things. It's the young people. It's their turn now. Let's see what they can do. Dang, come on in here.
All right.
What do you think about these Z's? I like them.
Yeah. 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 Some of them, quite a few of them, give me some hope. That they either learning because they got good examples from them, or they learning what not to do from the bad examples in front of them.
Yeah. Yeah, they really into not copying our mistakes. They are, trust me, they are very, very aware of the mistakes that we made. And they don't want to have anything to do with our mistakes.
They just kind of into they either pro-black or they not.
Mm.
They
That's what I'm
want to
saying.
be,
You got
they want to be love everybody.
Exactly. There's two types, y'all. You got the factional Z's. So far, what I recognize, I've only recognized two types. There could be a third type, I don't know. But the two types I recognize are the types like Truth, who are factional, who are still traditional, but even though he's still different. Okay? He's like pro-black without the issues. Okay? And then you have the other Z's who want to love everybody and don't care what anyone thinks.
Yeah.
They want to be friends with everybody. They want to have multiple friends of different races and creeds and colors. Matter of fact, the more races, the better. And those type of Z's, they love the fact that people are different. They love it. I think one of them told me, he said, man, I love the fact that people are different. I want to have different friends in different countries. I want to be able to travel to go meet friends in different countries and things like that. They're excited about shit like that. Going to different countries, meeting different people, having different races of friends, learning different traditions and languages. They love it. And then again, you got the factional Z's, and they all get along. That's the cool thing about it. They got two different types, and they're not beefing with each other. Very, very cool people. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. Although the oldest of the Z's, some of them are running into the racism that's going on. Because when they in their young teenage, high school years, they very open and stuff like that, and they don't face it. The N-word is just a word, and stuff like that. But the older ones, when they get out into the workforce, they start seeing that maybe some of the elders are not wrong, that there's racism there, but they do it as they see it as a case by case basis or individual basis.
Well, they've always known. Right. Well, they've always known that racism exists. Okay. I believe that they will be the race to bring it to the end, to end it. Because of them and the generations coming behind them, once they set the tone for the generations coming behind them, I think that's when you'll see the end of racism and white supremacy in this country. Because when you look at the model that they have now, there's two different types of them, and they can get along. Like the ones who want to love everybody, they don't have no problems with the ones who are factional and traditional, and the ones who are traditional don't have a problem with the other ones. They don't have a problem with each other. They let each other live, and they don't judge each other. And I haven't seen one Zennial, black Zennial, get into an argument with a light-skinned Zennial because he was light-skinned or dark-skinned. That's something that they just typically don't do because they don't believe in that. They think that's stupid. And I agree with him. It is too. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, and most that happen is they have disagreements on how to fix the black community. You know,
Uh-huh.
you might think it might be, a generational wealth. Another one might think is political, and a whole nother one might think it might be that we need to get ourselves together. Mm-hmm.
Z's. I got the link. Put the link in the chat. Any
It's in the
any
chat.
any Generation Z's, come on up. Come on up. This is your night. This is all about Generation Z.
Oh,
Zennials.
and in case you don't think you a Generation Z or a Zoomer, that's the age range of 10 to 25 years old.
Yep. Come on up. Let's get a powwow going on. I hope one of them, at least one of them, come up and want to have a conversation.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid. Hit the link.
Truth is, at least tell us if you think Max is on point. Come up and
Yeah, I can be
that.
corrected. I'm just talking about the ones that I've experienced.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to. I'm not saying I've talked to every Z, but the ones I talk to, I like, and I've gotten a taste of both sides. I got a taste of the ones who love everybody, and I also got a taste of the factional ones who are more traditional. Okay, and do want to remain with their race, but even they are different. You know, they don't come with the hatred. They don't come with the self-loathing. They don't come with the shades of black. To them, black is black. You know, gauge the chat. What's going on in the chat?
They saying the different positions that they seen Generation Z's in. They said they had one group that believed that interracial marriage was going to end it, but it didn't.
Yeah, anybody want to come up and chat about disease? Come on up.
Okay. All right.
You know,
let me see.
I do believe that this generation has what it takes to end white supremacy and racism as we know it. I believe that they'll get it started and they'll get it set up for the generations that are coming after them. Do I believe that they'll finish the job? Probably not, but I believe that their offspring will finish the job.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Melanated, you or if you the tail end of the Generation X.
Yeah. I mean, Gen Xers, baby boomers, we did the best we could. We faced a lot. Mm-hmm. We still got serious problems. As we just showed you, our children are fighting in school, derelict teachers. And that teacher was black. That first teacher, he was black too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was black.
Yeah. See, I don't like the message that sent. Black students, black teacher, and they all behaving like that. I don't like that. I don't like what that says. Gauge the chat. Come on, Z. And the other time y'all running your mouths in the chat. Come on up here.
Asking, wait, Max. Somebody's asking if 11-year-old is Gen Z calling.
A what?
11-year-old Gen Z.
11-year-old Gen Z.
Yeah, because the age range for Generation Z is 10 through 25.
I don't understand the question.
They want to know, can an 11-year-old who's a Gen Z call into the show?
No, it's not a kid show. Absolutely not. That's too young. The Ebony Star Network it's not for kids. I appreciate the gesture, but no, sorry. Come on, we gotta have somebody older than that, man. Where you guys at? Any other time y'all running your mouths? Now nobody wants to come up here and talk. The other times a bunch of Z's in the chat running their mouth. Now, where y'all at? This is y'all time. I'm giving y'all time to shine. I wanna talk to y'all. Come on up.
Okay, let's put it like this. The 18 to 25-year-old Gen Zs could call in or hit the link and come on the
you
panel.
have to be 18, or I'm sorry, you got to be 18. No, nobody under 18. This is not a kids show. Even though we're not cursing or anything like that, we're still not rated for children.
Yeah, Melanated says we're talking about her children's generation. They aren't into all the politics of it too deeply.
No, they're not. And I think that's because of the Z's. The Z's, like I tell you, they have a different approach. They're not looking to get all intertwined with all of this craziness. They're looking to get rid of the craziness. You know, like I say, even the ones who love everybody, it's not even a matter of swirling or being non-black or whatever. They just like the fact that everybody is different. They like the fact that there are different people in this world that they can meet of different nationalities and different races. They see that as exciting. So to them, it's not a matter of sleeping with someone or whatever. They like the challenge and the excitement of meeting new friends who are of different nationalities. They love that. They want to travel. They don't just want to have friends in the United States. They want to have friends all over the planet. They want to be able to go places and visit their new friends, you know, in their own countries, you know. So they're definitely on something different.
Or have their new friends come and visit them.
Exactly.
Okay.
So to them, it's not, because I even tried to push it to that. I'm like, well, I asked one. I said, well, don't you think that they would call you swirling or dating outside your race? Man, they don't want to. They don't care about none of that. They could care less about any of that. To them, it's not even a matter of dating outside your race or race. Period. They just like the idea of meeting different people. They think that's a challenge and it's exciting. And they want to have a multitude of friends who are of different races, you know? They want to be culturalized in many, many cultures. They want to be multicultural. You know? I ain't got a problem with that. Me, I'm pro-black, but that's me, you know? But I ain't got a problem with someone who has that ideology, if that's the way they see the world. You know, what's wrong with it? They don't see it as like, they're not trying to sell anybody out. They just want to live their life. They're not trying to jump on one side against the other. They don't want any part of our failures. They don't want any part of our mistakes. They don't want to be on one side against the other. You know, they don't want to have anything to do with selling out. They don't want to have anything to do with none of it. Yeah. Gauge the chat thing. What's going on in the chat?
It turns out our 11-year-old is there, but he's monitored by his parents. He said it's okay. He's cool.
What is an 11-year-old doing in this chat?
He's watching with his parents.
Who is his parent?
I don't know, but I'm assuming it's somebody here in the chat.
Well, let the parent do the talking, please.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you got your child watching, but understand this is not a kid's show. Now, of course, we're not going to get vulgar and disgusting or anything like that. We're definitely going to keep it mature and educational. Okay. We're not going to be up here cussing like sales or anything like that. But still, we want to, my channel is not rated for children. So I'd rather the parents do the talking.
Let's see. They commented on the Gen Z. Most
Yeah.
most
Okay,
of
everybody.
the
Okay, y'all, we have a link. Can somebody come up here and start talking, please? I appreciate the chat in the chat, but I would love to have a conversation. This show is for you to really show your stuff. Can somebody please come up? I want to get into the Z conversation. I like this generation. There's a lot about this generation that I like. And I would love to have discussions. Let's get it on. I want to learn more. Teach me the things I don't know about the Z Nation. I want to learn more. But what I've learned so far, I really like. It's very, very interesting. I like the way many of you think. I like the outlook that you have on life, the overall positiveness, and then the fearlessness too. They're fearless too, Dane. They don't have any fear in them. Yeah. That's another thing I like. They don't have any fear in them, no. I remember I told one of them said he wanted to build a certain type of community. I said, well, what if the white people come and try to tear it down? He said, well, they're going to have to get through him first. So he ain't going to stop me from building it. They fearless. They ain't trying to hear nothing. They going to build what they want to build. That's what I'm talking about. I like that. What they saying in the chat? Gauge the chat.
Truth is laughing. Melanated says they view themselves as a brand. And Autumn said they are into self-expression.
Yeah. A brand, pretty much a brand.
And they're very creative, Autumn Nature says.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, the ones who love everybody, to them it's not a matter of race. They're not looking at it from a race perspective. They're not looking at it from who you're dating or dating outside. It's a whole different situation for them. To them, it's the challenge of meeting different people and befriending different people from different races and bridging gaps and creating bridges. That's what they're into. They're looking to connect and create different things that the world has never seen before. That's what I like about them. They're not on some low level shit like, well, who's dating who? They don't care nothing about that. They can give a damn about who's dating what. They got a higher perspective on why they want to meet different people. They gauge the chat.
Okay, so Rodney is telling them it's really not how you see the world, but how the world sees you. So he's giving them a little bit of caution.
Well, you see, the world sees you as you want the world to see you. You see, because if you're going to be, for example, you take John Henry, right? The steel driving man, the man with the hammer, right? What did the world see John Henry as? They saw John Henry as a very powerful man who had a unique talent, very strong, very big in stature, and had a unique personality. So John made the world see him the way he wanted the world to see him. So it's not so much as how the world sees you, it's how you want the world to see you. Because if you fall into the stereotypes, that's when the world will see you a certain way. That's when that becomes effective towards you. If you fall into the stereotypes that's out here in the world. For example, if you are traditional pro-black Zs, but y'all start getting into fights about colorism. Now you don't fell into the trap that the world has set for you. Now the world is going to see you a certain way. They're going to see you the way they want to see you because you fall into one of their stereotype traps. But if you're not into that and you force the world to see you the way you want them to see you, then that is the way they're going to see you. So you have to make the world, Zennials, and I believe that y'all got the moxie to pull it off, make the world see you the way you want the world to see you. Don't let the world dictate the way they want to see you by falling into their traps and their stereotypes and making the same mistakes of the generations who came before you. Many of us are nothing but walking cliches. That's why we can't get out of our own way. We're cliches, we're stereotypes. I mean, the overall embarrassment that as black people, we're getting into fights with other blacks because of the color of their skin. See, we've allowed the world to dictate how they see us because we're falling into every stereotype that they created. Don't make the mistakes we made. Walk to the beat of your own drum and force the world. Don't give the world a choice but to see you for what you want them to see you as. I think I said that right.
Mm-hmm.
Make them see you the way you want them to see you. If they try to give you a drum, throw it away and get your own damn drum. What else is going on in there? What are you saying?
Okay. Rodney says these days an 11-year-old, their mind frame is totally different from when we was 11 years old.
Yeah. Their mind frame is much better. It's more refreshing. It's not marred by controlling mechanisms like, girls are made of sugar and spice and everything nice. And boys are made of, what do you call it? Toads and snails and puppy dog tails.
Yeah.
Yeah. Their minds are not controlled by those spookisms that will arrest their development and besiege their mind under the control of white supremacy. What else is going on there? I can't believe those Zennials that come up here. All you guys do is run your mouth.
Okay, Rodney asked for the link. So I'm
Drop
just
the
waiting.
link.
I did. I'm waiting for him to pop up.
Who else is in there?
I don't know if he's still there, but Truth came in laughing. Melanated is in here. Autumn Nature, Auntie, Yvette.
I don't believe it. Any other time
I don't
disease
know
be here?
why is Willows might be in the clouds since we told him he's a little too young for here.
Come on, Z's. Don't be afraid. Come on out. Jump on the panel. I'm doing this show for you. I want to talk to the Z's.
Oh, okay. Rodney's saying he's having technical difficulty over here, trying to get something about browser.
Fine. Yeah, that's fine. We're going to be here for a little while longer. I'm really going to be disappointed if I don't get a Z on the panel. I would feel like I wasted my time. Where did Azura go? He's a Z. Is Azura still in the chat?
He could be cloud. He could be in the clouds.
Azura, come out of the clouds and jump on the chat. Jump on the link. He's a Z.
Okay, I thought he was in his 30s.
Azura, no, he's a Z.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Azura is young. He's a Z.
Okay. Okay.
Like any other time, they running their mouth everywhere, man. Like, you guys don't want to come on. What else is going on in the chat?
Nothing new. Well, it's telling me the browser has blocked my mic and camera. What is that? You gotta give it access to your mic and camera. It's not gonna
Yeah.
automatically turn them on. It just gotta have allow access. If it's not allow access, it's not gonna let you through.
Yeah, you gotta do that, but you gotta do that with your phone, or you gotta click on where it says mic. You know.
It's settings in the mic area.
Yeah. You gotta go to the settings on your settings. Go down to your mic.
Did I just hear somebody? Okay. All right. Okay. The bots are coming back in. Yeah. When you first come in, it's gonna ask if you give it permission to use your mic and your camera. You gotta give permission for both the mic and the camera, because you can always turn the camera off. Once you go in that part where you put your name in, you can go in. You can come in muted and off camera. You can come in off camera and wide open. Yeah, I think certain phones, usually older model phones, I have a issue with StreamYard. Because I'm still trying to work with Miss FedEx with hers. All right, let's see. Yeah, I know truth is don't come up often, but it would be interesting to hear what you had to say as a Z. Azul Saints. I don't know. I thought he was 30 or at least late 20s. So, although sometimes I think Yvette is I think Yvette and Auntie is a Zoomer. Sorry, he calls y'all Zennials. I call y'all Zoomers. Although I think y'all got like at least 3 names. There's iGen, there's Gen Z, Generation Z, and then there's Zoomers. Because sometimes the Boomers and the Zoomers bump heads. Because the Zoomers think the Boomers are all talk and no action. Because the main thing I would hear from Zoomers is that, but what are we going to do? What's the action? What's the plan? You know, how can I help? Where can I volunteer? Oh, you're millennial? Okay, Auntie. I volunteer. Hey, truth is. Okay, Auntie. Was it? Okay, you still got that avatar. You're gonna have to mute the playback.
Okay.
Go to the tab where you got it playing and mute it. You don't have to stop it or pause it, just mute it.
Hello?
Hey, Truth.
How you doing? You all right?
All right. Was hoping you would come on. So,
I was in the middle of something. I was gonna come on eventually.
okay. All right. So, what do you think of Mac's view of your generation?
Well, it sounded kind of off, like the first part, but but when he got to the part where he started separating us into factions, then yeah, then that's what I had said. He started being on point with his description.
But you mentioned something in the chat that you think that might make you a little bit different because you was raised with
Yeah, because I was raised with a lot of older folks, and their ideals, like how I grew up, might influence the way I see the world compared to other Gen Zs. So that's why I said, like, it might not be the conversation for me.
yeah. Although I do see that with some of the Generation Z's, those that was raised with their grandparents or by their grandparents, or
Yeah.
yeah, their grandparents had like a heavier parenting in there, that they tend to be a little bit more like their grandparents' generation. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, and then on top of that,
That's why some of them seem to be like, you know what? Y'all seem to be a little bit more like y'all older generation.
yep.
You know, or they or your the way y'all talk or the way y'all view things is a little bit of the older generation. So,
And then I grew up in a different environment from some Gen Zs. For the most part, we grew up in the same like environment where, like, we have parents and they tell us to, like, do better than we did because that's how I'm trying to raise you. And I grew up like in the country parts of where I live at, where there's a lot of black people in the woods and stuff. So I thought that might influence like how I view things from other Gen Zs too.
yeah, I wondered about that.
Mm-hmm.
Because in some ways the those that grew up in the country, depending on this on the parenting situation, they have a milder version of the country, I guess you could say, know how to get in there and get to work, while there's a whole nother crop that don't seem to know what work is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Or
what it is.
working with the hands, or working outside, or or even building so much as a birdhouse.
Oh yeah, we got you know what I'm saying, like my uncle, they'll take me and my cousins outside. You know what I'm saying? It don't even have to be anything serious like building a motor, cutting grass. We can just be outside, cooling.
Yeah.
Like you just gotta be outside. You cannot be in the house. You will get clowned for that.
Okay. Yeah. Like I know one. Okay, until his grandfather, but still to an extent, because he was raised by his mom. His mom and him lived with his grandparents, and his grandfather taught him to cut grass, how to barbecue,
Yep.
certain things that he do because his grandfather taught him, this is what you do, this is what you do, you the boy, and you're gonna do these things, this is what men
Yep.
do.
That's what it is. That's
Yeah,
what it
but but since his grandfather died, I saw a little bit of a slack. Okay, I'm used to. I know he knows how to do yard work. At least to rake the leaves. So he's at his dad, who's like down the block from his parents. And usually his dad have him like taking care of the dogs, walking the dogs, and raking the leaves. And I see him out there with his friend. His dad is raking the leaves, and he and his friends are just out there talking, throwing the basketball into the goal. And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, what the heck is going on here? And I'm fussing at his father. I said, hey, why are you raking the leaves? You got 2 half-grown boys over there. You got work. Stop
That's
trying
exactly
to be friends with your child.
You big enough to be doing something.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Like, I know the other one ain't yours, but trust me, his mom and dad ain't gonna fuss if you put him to work.
Yeah, but I think what it is that his grandfather was probably what his motivation to be doing extra things. So losing a grandparent can hurt somebody.
Mm-hmm. Okay, almost there, right now. Almost there. Hey, Max.
All right, hold on one second.
All right. Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
But there is a group of millennials they don't know. Like these same boys, but they're extra friends. There was a hurricane come through, knock a tree on the trailer. Everybody in the neighborhood came in. The men came in because it's an elder lady that's blind, and her grandchildren and her daughter was staying with her until her daughter and her husband could get back on their feet. They had a big setback. Okay, so when the men are doing all this repair and taking it, and they pulled most of the boys in the neighborhood. His friend was the only one that asked the men to show him how to repair. His father couldn't show him how to do stuff like let me see. It was put in a whole doorknob and fix the framing around the door and stuff like that. And he asked the men in the community that was coming to get the tree off his grandmother's trailer. But he's the only one. The rest of them had to be dragged into it or pushed into it or told you better get out there and get to work.
Yeah, they lazy. That's why they lazy.
But he, for some reason, this particular boy, he wanted to know how to fix things. And he didn't know who to ask until this event happened, and he saw these men in action fixing. So now he knows these men know how to do things. So he wants to learn how to do that, and they were teaching him.
It's the experience. You got experience first, then you gain understanding and want to do it.
Now, Truth.
How you doing, brother?
What's going on, my brother? What's going on? Now, you're a Z, right? Now, are you are you a factional Z? Are you a pro-black Z?
I'm a pro-black Z, man.
Okay, so break it down to me, because I know y'all a little bit different from us. Y'all still believe along the same things, but to y'all, it's a little bit different. Like, y'all don't see shades of black like we do.
You correct.
Right?
You correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
so break it down.
All right, so for Gen Z, we how I put this, we very insightful. You know what I'm saying? We take notice of things real quickly.
I noticed that, yeah.
So when we see certain things, we see the negative, we try to correct it. We try to correct it and move forward. So say for instance, we see if we see something wrong in the previous generation that we see as a problem, then we're gonna ensure that we don't do it and our kids don't do it.
That's right.
That's right.
That's what I've heard, yeah.
All right.
And one thing I noticed that a lot of y'all hate, y'all don't like colorism.
Oh no, we big on that. We don't play that. Yeah. Yeah, we don't play that. Black is black. As long as you got 2 black parents, we good.
Hey, and you know what? And that's the way it's supposed to be. I don't understand how that got lost.
I gotta ask y'all that.
I don't understand how that got. I don't know how we got into this foolish colorism thing. It's stupid.
I
We're
don't
all
know.
black.
I have no idea. But from what I've been seeing in this space right now, it comes from a lot of bitter people who ain't got the girl they want or the guy they want in high school because they was such and such color, they insecure and whatnot. This, that, and the third. But
Yeah, I do think.
But for the
Oh,
most
that's
part,
something that's obviously left over from slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. Generational
Hold on.
curses.
Hold on, I'm
But,
screwed. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
know
for the-
my mom, who's the last of the boomers, of the last of, I know her and her friends was trying to get away from that. And they weren't playing that, they weren't playing that color, but some aspect of it still stay there.
Yeah,
Because
I got family from the past generation to participate in the colorism thing, because I think it was my great grandmother. She in particular didn't. I wouldn't say she hated her dark skinned grandchildren, but she held her lighter skin shade grandchildren, to a higher standard. Not saying she hate them or nothing, but
she favored him a little more.
she favored them. Yeah, that's a favored them. Let's see.
And let me ask you.
No, you go ahead.
Now, okay. So, true. As I say, let me ask you this question: how do you feel about? Okay, did you see the first video that we put up about the girl and the boy fighting in class?
Yeah, I was here for that.
Okay. Tell me, as a Z, how are you looking at that? What's going through your mind when you see that? Give me that Z thinking.
I'm looking at two black people, male and female, as kids that are fighting each other. And to be honest, I'm against seeing a man, well, not exactly a man, but a male beat up a female. Put it like that.
Right. Me too.
And I don't know, I'm not gonna try and like be overly judgmental because I don't know their background, why they did it. But
Well,
it's still wrong.
I can answer that because for one, it's bad parenting, bad supervision, bad leadership, no discipline. The young man has no control over his temperament. The young lady has no discipline whatsoever.
Yeah.
The teacher is a poor leader. He allowed an environment like that to create itself right in front of him, which breeds bad behavior, and the parenting is bad. That's why they're like that. Yeah, that's why they're like that. When I was going to school, we would get our butts. Our parents could come to the school.
I heard about that.
Yeah, and whoop your butt in front of the class.
Yes, sir.
See, our parents didn't play all of that showing out shit. They didn't play all that. You went to school to learn. You didn't go to school to fight. You didn't go to school to be a class clown. You didn't go to school to pick on other kids. Our parents didn't play that.
You went to school. You learned what these people told you, and you take your behind back home. And
see, a lot of it.
Back in the day, I heard from my mom. I heard they used to take you to the bathroom and weigh you out.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes they wouldn't even do that. They weigh you out in front of the whole class. Yeah, they weigh you out in front of the whole class. Yes, you get your butt whooped right in front of the entire class. You want to show out in front of the class? You got your butt whooped in front of the class.
Yeah, they pack one of them big wooden paddles, real thick.
So tell me how you feel about this whole. Okay, now you hear these factions. This is one of the things I like about you Zennials, right? These factions. Do you see these factions doing black people any good? Red pill, Manosphere, SYSBM. What's your Z thinking on those factions?
Well, I ain't really been in this space for I've really been in this space for a year longer than y'all, but from what I've seen from when we talking about the manosphere, these divested spaces, swirling spaces, pink pill, this, that, and the third, it's mostly the early Gen Ys and the late Gen X's who doing this.
Yeah. Absolutely.
They talking a little too much. And what they're doing is that they putting out negative generalizations of black people from each gender. So you got the manifest saying that the black woman is loud, the black woman is, ghetto, abuse children. Like I have never heard of a black man, me personally, talk about a black woman like that in that manner.
Me neither.
Until I came to this space, I've never heard of that.
Me too.
So I'm looking like, who are these niggas? Who is raising these niggas, y'all? Who?
Don't know.
Where their daddies at or something? Like,
I think it's it. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. And then they're proud of it too, man.
They proud of it. Like,
yeah.
Like we in the Twilight Zone or something. Like what is this?
Mm-hmm.
But all in all, it's negative. And as a Gen Z, I want black people to, be together, in healthy relationships, not doing anything toxic. You know what I'm saying? We building together, we build the community, passing on generational wealth, and we moving on.
See, that's what I'm talking about. See, y'all already got the right mindset. That's what I mean by how y'all watch us and y'all not copying our mistakes. That's what I like about y'all. See, that's what I really like about y'all. Y'all already got a really good, strong mindset. Now, if y'all can keep that and add to that and pass that down to your offspring, this will be the end of white supremacy and racism. So be the end of it.
Question?
No. What I'm saying is, I like the mindset. You guys already have the right mindset, and like I said before at the beginning of the show, y'all watch us, and you don't want to copy our mistakes.
Oh yeah. Since I was since I was old enough to comprehend, most of the people in my family and my mother especially, they said, be a leader, not a follower. So I took that to heart, and I don't really follow what other people be doing. I do my thing. I don't care what you're doing, but I'm doing me.
Okay, put the link in the chat. It seems like RBR wants to run his mouth. Come on up, RBR. You want to try to tear this man down? He's a Z with a different mindset. I like their mindset. They got a very healthy mindset. What's wrong with them not wanting to copy our mistakes and repeat the same atrocities that we are repeating every single day, like you? Why do we want a generation of people like you, RBR?
And why you run this mouth?
And you're one of the biggest mistakes in this generation. So come on up here, bring your behind up here. Drop the link, Dan. Let's see how he shits on the Zennials. You always shitting on people black.
All right, the link is down there. He's too busy fussing at Auntie.
Hey, RBR, you better leave her alone. RBR, you better leave her alone right now, bro.
We ain't arguing with females in the chat, bro. Calm all that down now.
Hey, True, go down to the chat and take care of that, man.
We finna stop this. Hold on. We finna stop this.
Tell you something, man. You don't to her, bro. You don't say nothing to her.
All right, RBR is up.
All right, now what?
Hey, let me tell you something, man. Hey, hold on. And let me tell you something, dude. Don't come in here fucking with the women in my chat, bro.
Hello?
Yeah.
Ghost.
He might be having a mic issue. Him and Streamlord don't get along.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
LBR,
Yeah,
man.
don't be
Stop
arguing with the
fucking
people
with
in
the
the
women in
chat.
my chat.
No, I was cool. I come in peace. But no, I was upset yesterday. I was a little disappointed yesterday in how Conscious Channel went. You know what I'm saying? We got to do better than that.
Yeah, well, I'm up here talking with the Z's, getting their thoughts on and getting their perspectives on life. I got a young Z up here with me now, Truth. And so, what's your perspective on the Z's?
Yeah.
Are you
Well, I
asking me
think
or
the brother,
RBR?
so far, he's good. I think that what the brother is saying is good. Man, let me say right this. There ain't a damn thing on YouTube right now. I tweeted out that this is probably the best thing going right now. So we're on the world stage. Sometimes when we back in the locker room, we fighting and fussing and shit. But now we on the stage. There ain't a damn thing on YouTube tonight. So we got a chance to take advantage of what we fucked up on yesterday. I had 1,000 people in my stream. And then I came over to Consciousness channel, and he didn't see he taking Hunger Games. No, nigga, I brought 1,000 motherfuckers over here. Now it's time to show and prove. All right. And so far
You
tonight,
had
Max, you're
1,000
doing
people on
better
your
than
stream.
him. You see what I'm
What
saying?
happened yesterday?
It kind of went sideways. Big J, Triple X, and Psycho, and
I don't know how Big J do all of that hollering all the time.
Oh my God!
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? And so I feel
Y'all had
bad,
fun
man. We
yesterday,
had a chance, man. It ain't the end of the world, but we got to do better, man. Sometimes you might have 4, 5 motherfuckers on, and everybody's trying to go, and YouTube is Google and YouTube are making it happen by promoting who they want to promote and who they're gonna promote. They're gonna promote the garbage. They're gonna promote the train wreck. So we can fight behind the scenes and shit when ain't nobody looking. But when we on stage, we have to dominate these motherfuckers, man. We have to crush them. So we have to put on. We can have different views, okay? I think the best shows, Max, and I mean this when I say this, the best shows are when we put as many people on the show as we can, different ideas. All right. So the hollering and stuff that Big J was doing and what Psycho was doing, we can have differences without killing each other, without making it so that people are turned off. So that's what I really wanted. Sinetta, I told Sinetta, he cussed me out, but not everything has to be a form. Now he's doing where he has some debates, then he has discussions, and they aren't debate, and nobody's winning, and there's no judging or anything like that. Those are the best conversations because they include all the ideas. We can't get to the best idea if we only have one idea. Now, there's something called devil's advocate. Now, the devil advocate concept is just that if somebody has one position, we always want to be honest. But if somebody has another position, then that person can come up too. Now, that doesn't mean that that's a bad person. We're just learning and we're just finding out what the best course of action is. So I think the brother was on definitely the right track, so he can continue in terms of how we can solve the problem of people pushing agendas, and the agendas are in line with Google and the people that want to kill us, and then they're not in accordance with what's best for us or the space.
Well, one thing I like about them is that they're not looking to copy our mistakes. They don't get involved in colorism. There's 2 types of them, though. You got the factional ones like Truth, who's pro-black, but he's a different kind of pro-black, and then you have the ones who they love everybody, but it's not about who they're dating. They like the fact that people are different, and they want to bridge gaps and make connections with different races of people to create new and exciting things in the world. So they have a different perspective. I think it's healthy and fresh, and it could be the end of racism and white supremacy if they pass this down to their offspring.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. So are you saying that you think the interracial situation, dating interracially, is as bad as the the manosphere hating black women and all? Do you think that is? Whatever the other argument is, right? Like selling out. Okay, we talk about selling out. Do you think it's worse than interracial dating if you're supporting Putin?
Yeah, well, for our generation, Well, for
No, I
our
see some brothers are
generation,
supporting Putin. You know, some brothers are hardcore
well,
right Trump.
right, but let me say
You know
that.
what I'm saying? And then there's
But
some
our
brothers just date outside of their race or some sister. I don't think that's
right, but
as
let me say that. Hold
bad.
on a second, man.
You see what I'm
But
saying?
our generation is different, RBR. We came from a different time, civil rights, Jim Crow. We went through a lot. The Zennials are different. They're not exposed to all of those things. So to them, it's not about interracial dating. They really don't care anything about race when it comes to dating. They have a different perspective when it comes down to dealing with different people from different races. You know, they have creation in mind. They want to connect with people with different ideas and create new things in the world, like technologies and things like that. That's why they like the fact that people are different, you know. And then again, you have the other side of them, like Truth, who's still traditional and ethnic. Even though he's a pro-black Zennial, he's different from me because he doesn't see any kind of colorism. To him, black is black, whether you're light-skinned black, brown-skinned black, dark-skinned black, you're black.
Exactly.
Okay. That's a good thing. So I think one thing that we have to say is if you learn other cultures, Asian and white culture, you're going to be more successful than somebody that just stays in the alley and they only learn one culture, the culture that they were born of. So it doesn't necessarily mean, but you give me your opinion, that you have to date outside your race if you're going to learn the culture. I think you were saying about being dropped in China or Vietnam, and you have to pick up the culture or they're going to kill you. So you have to learn the culture. It don't mean you have to marry them. It don't mean you have to procreate with them. It just means that you better learn their culture or you're not going to survive. So it's okay to learn. It don't mean you selling out because you have to learn this person's culture. If you agree with that, just let me know if you agree with that.
Yeah, but
just don't personalize someone else's culture over your own. That's what I'm adamant about.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, and I think so. Are you saying that? Okay, say you learn another culture, right?
Like you can learn it, but don't let it overshadow your own culture.
Yeah, but that's
the foundation.
But he's a factional Z. The other Z's are in line with what you're talking about. They want to be multicultural. Okay. The other Z's want to be multicultural, but you got some Z's who want to be ethnic and factional, like a Truth. You know,
I think that's better. You understand what I'm saying? You don't have to marry the other culture to learn the other culture. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but it's not as bad as if you do a Candace Owens and you to hell with your culture. You join the Klan.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Don't throw away your own just to pedestalize, uplift someone else's culture. You came from somewhere. Feel me?
Yeah, I think that and that's what we have to tell them. Okay, so learning another culture don't mean that other culture is superior to your culture. So when we talk about white supremacy, now let's deal with this. Don't you believe that your race is superior to the other race or paramount? What word should we use if you don't want to use superior? Don't you favor your race first? The brothers say black first. Don't you? Is that okay to be white first if you're white? To be black first if you're black? Speak on that. Asian first if you're Asian. Is that okay?
I mean, of course it's okay. I mean, if everybody else can do it, why can't we?
Okay. All right. So we're not saying just because we are black first that we hate white people. We're not saying that.
Yeah, we're not saying that.
Yeah. Okay. We got to make sure they know that because, see, they say we racist because we oppose racism. No. We oppose racism because they hate black people. All right. And that's the main thing. My main thing in the discussion last night about white nationalism versus black nationalism is it's a trick. Why? Because they think their race is superior. So if you pick black nationalism over white nationalism, they feel they have a right to burn Rosewood down and burn Black Wall Street down. Why? Because white Wall Street's better.
Well,
and that's what's wrong with that nationalism bullshit. Now, if we're in charge, we ain't burning down White Wall Street. White Wall Street has never been burned down. We ain't burned down Beverly Hills or anything that they've created that they use as proof that their race is superior to ours. We ain't burned down shit. They shooting Emmett Till's grave and George Floyd's statue and shit, and doing all kind of shit to our culture, to our race, and we're racist if we oppose that.
Well, the way I see it is that if we as black people get our own, we don't have to worry about what white people or any other culture got. We got our own. We're self-sufficient. We can move forward by ourselves. You understand?
I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, if we separate to Black Wall Street and Rosewood and put them in charge of the country, then they feel they have a right to burn down Rosewood and drop bombs on Black Wall Street because they believe their culture is better. So I think that from a political standpoint, that's why I don't like the white nationalist mindset, because the black nationalist mindset is really an offshoot of the white nationalist mindset.
Hold on, man. Hold on. All right. So you speaking all this, black first, black nationalist stuff. Why you have all these white nationalists on your panel, dog?
Yes, because that's my point. My point is, I don't think white people who believe that their race is superior, which is natural, because we take pride in our race over their race. I don't think they should be in charge. Why? Because they want to kill us. So I think that you can be a white nationalist. You can't be the president of the United States. The president of the United States can't be a white nationalist. You could be the top 1% richest person on earth, but you can't be the president of Russia. Why?
Right, you
see what I'm saying? Because you're going to invade the Ukraine and do all kind of dumb shit to the people who you think are inferior to you.
Okay, yeah, I understand you coming from that perspective, but I'm talking about why you have white nationalists on your panel.
Because, see, that's what I'm saying. We just had a conversation, and you said, okay, they should be able to have white pride because they're white. Now, do you think that's fair, or you think they should feel guilty? Now, they feel guilty because of all the shit they done did to us. But shouldn't they have some pride? Well, what do you think they'll do to you if they don't have no pride in their race and they looking at our race and 94.3% of us, Max is going to get mad, but 94.3% of us are on the middle class. 87% of the people on welfare and food stamps are in their race. What do you think are they going to pick up something and throw it at it? One of them soldiers said they're going to find Putin and they're going to kill him. Why? When you got all the money, they ain't got no money, they're going to throw something at you. They're going to, you want to you want to invade? You want to take all the money? Somebody is going to, Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, Mubarak, Anwar Sadat. If you have all the money and the other people don't have any money, they are going to pick something up and throw it at you. So I'm saying we got to give them something. See, these Negroes want to punish them and they out here starving. Dude,
hold on. Give them something as in what?
Give them. Let them keep their money.
Let them keep.
But you can't be president. You can't be in government until you learn.
What?
Let them have their money. Look, 1% of white.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Most of the money they taking from us. So why would we let them keep it?
Well, okay. Magic Johnson wanted to run for mayor of Los Angeles, and they told him all he had to do was sell his $100 million worth of Starbucks restaurants, give up his 24-hour fitness, give up his Magic Johnson Theater. Okay, and he running away. Why? Well, I want to be mayor, but I ain't giving up my money. So I'm saying, let them keep their money. Let Donald Trump keep every dime he has. But he can't be president.
What does that have to do with white people keeping the money that they take from us and our community?
No. See that? Okay. Are you talking about slavery?
No, you said we have to give white people something, and you saying let them.
No, I'm not saying give it. I said keep. Let Bezos keep his money. Let Trump keep his money. You cannot be president.
That's money he takes from us.
Well, 90% of white wealth is in Wall Street. Is in the stock.
Hey, somebody else
How much stocks do we own?
Somebody else talk to him.
If you feel what I'm saying, but if you disagree, let's have the conversation. I'm saying we can't take their money and tell them they can't be in power because they're gonna be mad. They're gonna be
somebody get them. Somebody get
Nah,
him.
you doing all right. Nah, you doing all right, man. Get.
No, he going in circles. He going in circles, and it's starting not to make sense.
I'm saying that. Well, we were talking about the drill rap, right? Where these niggas run around here killing motherfuckers, right? And I think you was there, Max. Was you there?
No, I wasn't talking about the drill.
But the point was that the white record executives love that niggas is running around here killing each other. But the people that are making the records, Biggie and Tupac, they don't want to kill each other. They're trying to make money. You see what I'm saying? So the Bloods and the Crips are trying to make money. But the white people are saying, let them niggas kill each other because they hate black people. They want us to kill each other. So I'm saying, what do the rappers want? They want money. Can they make money rapping?
My guy.
Right. Now, what do the record executives want? They want money and they want us to kill each other. They can't have both.
Okay, they want the money that they're taking from us. Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Now I don't agree with now, yo. No, I don't. Most of here's how they make money. All right. So say you have $1 million, right? On $1 million, you get $100,000 interest. Now, for us, $100,000 is good to live off of. We never have to touch $1 million.
Hey,
you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying how they make money is through interest off of stocks.
Interest off of what period of time? How long?
No. Every year, the interest is compounded per year.
Okay,
so,
every year.
So if you have $2 million, you get $200,000 a year, and you don't have to touch the $2 million. Michael Jordan is worth $1.6 billion. He gets $833 million a year. He could never spend it. So that's what I was telling the boy. That's how rich people make money. Now we don't have $1 million.
Did what that gambling problem is when he got in debt.
No, that was when he played the baseball, right? That's when
he gambling his ass off. Yeah,
I don't think he was doing that for money though, Max. He's a competitor type motherfucker.
He was losing though.
Well, no, I think that they're competitive. I know it's fucked up, but people like Michael Jordan are competitive like a motherfucker. So if it's
he was competition, big money at the casino.
Right. If it's competition, he's there. And that's fucked up. Why? Because, man, come on, brother. You're going to fuck around and lose all your money. But you're right. And maybe get his father killed and all kind of shit. So I'm just telling you how they make their money, though. They make their money off the interest of the principal that they have. That's not really our money.
They make money off of the money we give to them.
Well, see, again, it's not fair.
They make money off us.
I know, but if you take their money, you don't think they're going to throw something at you and storm the Capitol on January 6th?
That's the money they're taking from us. That's ours.
No, don't say that.
Why not?
The money in the stock market is not ours. The $1.6 trillion that we spend.
The money in the stock, I'm talking about the money they take from us, from our communities. Every day.
That's not true.
How is it not true?
Well, it is true, but I'm saying that.
Okay.
Well, let me say this.
I'm done.
Well, don't you want to put gas in your car? Don't you want to go to the drive-through and get the Whopper cheese? I mean, come on, you're buying shit. You need it. Now you ain't got to buy them.
All right.
But you're
concerned.
He's saying that we shouldn't spend any money, so we won't have. They won't have any money.
It's pretty much useless.
No, it's not. It's not that. I'm just saying if you have a store, Walmart, and nobody buys any money, what do? They go out of business.
Wait a minute. If nobody does what?
If nobody shops at Walmart, right? Then okay, they go out of business. Now, what kind of clothes you got? What kind of food what you got? You ain't got shit in your house because you won't want to buy nothing. I mean,
still don't understand how you come up with this 94. Nobody in the United States is 94% in the middle class. Nobody.
They
not
are.
Asians,
but nobody.
Not whites.
The people. Here's the thing, Max. And we talked about this before, Max. We have to understand.
How are you coming up with
the bridge? They're sleeping under the bridge in your car, and there's having a 1-bedroom apartment, and you got the internet, and that's it. You can't afford cable. Now, I understand. Nobody wants to live like that. You ain't balling. You can't afford the new Benz. You can't afford the Jordans. You got to get the pro kids. But Max, please, it's better than sleeping under the bridge with no money and doing a Tiffany Haddish. Come on, Max. I'm not saying that you have to stay, Oprah has to stay there forever.
Well, the
but
guys
we got to
who
get them
started
off the street, man. These people are
Yeah,
homeless.
but the guys who started there, Tuck and Ice-T, they slept in their cars.
Come on, Max. I'm just saying that if you can get them in the middle class, they on their own. But if they sleep in their cars and shit, and they starving to death and their stomachs is growling, we got to get them out of the. They can't even think straight because they so broke. So let's.
What's the famous computer out there right now? I forgot.
Dell. Yeah, Dell.
Dell.
Michael Dell.
He started in his own garage, dude.
I know. Apple and Wozniak did too. They were trying to steal phone service. But see, they were middle class. Mark Zuckerberg, one of the most moving stories of my life. When he was a freshman at Harvard, they offered him $10 million for Facebook. Why didn't he take it?
Because he wasn't dumb.
No, because he was middle class. He offered Michael $100,000 for the Air Jordan, and he came out of North Carolina. He took it.
It's obvious if somebody offering you $10 million or something, it's worth much more than that. That's obvious.
Thank you. Exactly. Bingo. But if you're starving, if you're Michael Jordan, and they're offering you $100,000 for the Air Jordan shoe, what are you going to do?
If you're starving and you're Michael, what?
Jordan. You come out of North Carolina. You don't have a job. You did get drafted by the Bulls, but you haven't gotten your first. The season ain't started.
And they offered him $100,000 for the shoe.
Nike offered him $100,000. What did he do?
But he didn't have the Jumpman logo at that time.
I know, but he was broke, Max, and so $100,000. Come on with it, and that's what he said.
Yeah, of course you're gonna take the $100,000 for the shoe.
Now let's not. I know it ain't shit. But come on,
but the Jumpman came in later, though. He didn't.
Right, it came in after they made $1 billion and paid his ass $100,000. And I know he was upset, and he took him to court, and the judge said, "Is your name Michael Jordan or is your name Air Jordan?" And he lost the case. And I'm saying, if he wasn't broke, if he was Mark Zuckerberg and his parents had all that money and shit, and he was at Harvard, then he could tell him, "Fuck your $100,000." But when you broke and you coming out of college,
Mark Zuckerberg wasn't in the middle class, dude. His parents were rich.
Well, by our standards, of course. But I'm just making the point. He had enough money where he could turn down the team. LeBron James turned down $1 million from Reebok, and you know he was broke because he came out of high school.
What happened to Lonzo Ball? How come he couldn't get his shoes started?
Because it was corn. It was Magic Johnson's shoe. Lonzo Ball had Magic Johnson's shoe and shit. Nobody was fucking with that. But his brother's doing well in the NBA.
I just think that people supported Nike.
Well, you got a point.
They had a couple of guys who had shoes. Allen Iverson.
Yeah.
I think the Air Force Ones was the best.
Yeah.
For a little while.
And ain't that a trip? Who's Michael Jordan's Jumpman logo for the shoes contract distributor and manufacturer? Nike. So if Nike is manufacturing and distributing your shit, it's gonna blow up. Air Force Ones, all that shit. But if Reebok is doing it for LeVar Ball,
Iverson was the Air Force One.
Did Allen Iverson have the Air Force One?
Yeah, he had the Air Force.
Yeah, that's One. Nike. That's Nike. If Nike's distributing your shit, you in the game. But if
who was pushing
LeVar Ball,
Kobe Bryant's thing? Who was pushing Kobe Bryant's shoe?
Adidas, because LeBron killed him off. Not LeBron. Who killed off Kobe? I think it was LeBron and Jim Brown. They said, "Don't give that motherfucker. He done married the white girl. Don't give him no Nike." They killed Kobe, which was cold-blooded. But they shut Kobe down. He wasn't political enough. He wasn't active enough. So LeBron James and Michael Jordan shut him down, which was cold and mean, especially after what happened. But anyway, he wasn't broke though, so we don't feel sorry for him. But these brothers that out here ain't got a pot to piss in. We better find another alternative for them killing each other, or they're gonna kill each other.
I know how to beat Nike. I don't want to say it though, because they might do it. they might do it.
Themselves.
But these kids that's jumping out the gym, man, if they had their own shoe,
they'd have to have distribution.
Man, you see these kids?
Yeah.
These kids are monsters, man. They
That's
jumping
called
over,
evolution.
they jumping over the back. These kids is
Yeah. It's gonna get better and better. Somebody's gonna score 200 points one day. So it's getting better. It's getting better. But we gotta find solutions to how these brothers can get some money in their pocket, because they're gonna hit you over the head and take your wallet. So we have to be cognizant of that. Now, I'm not saying we can't do what Coon's talking about, where white people can't make no money. They run around here poor and broke, and they gonna hit you over the head, take your wallet. So if a society, I think it's fair, but we better talk about it. Don't you think it's fair? And I ain't talking about socialism, angry man, socialism. No, angry man. I'm saying if you work for 250 years as a goddamn slave, you deserve to get paid. And if you don't get paid, then there's going to be a slave revolt. And now you motherfuckers got to watch your back. So I'm saying, let's have a society controlled by people who are fair instead of people who just want all the damn money. So, and that's why, as far as politically, I was telling, they trying to ignore me, but I just told O'Shea Duke Jackson that you guys are picking a side when you can't do that. Why? Because Michael Jordan said Republicans buy shoes too. So you got to be independent. Everybody has to get some of the money, or else it's gonna be a fight. And that's what really is going on. The Manosphere got 407,000 searches on Google. Black YouTube has 6,780,000,000 searches. Should you be Manosphere, or should you be neutral and be Black YouTube? So that's what I'm saying. Help these brothers put some money in their pocket, and they'll be happier. The women will be happier, because the women, what is Mela saying? Mela's saying one nigga got all the money. That don't help these sisters. There are more than one sister. One brother can't have all the money. So until she can see all the brothers have the same opportunity to get into the middle class at first and then move up from there, Mela ain't messing with these brothers. And you can't blame her for that. Why? Because, God damn it, they gonna be out here sleeping in their cars and shit. So if we can't get these brothers some money, that's not an unreasonable request. Is that you have some damn money before you be talking about starting a family and having, a wife and kids and all that old stuff. That's not an unreasonable request. And if some people need a little help, and we have to help them. Okay, everybody's selfish, and that's the problem in our society. I don't mind these Manosphere brothers, but if you're not teaching responsible dating, if you're not teaching morality, we had a 10-hour talk with Verbal and Bomb on her channel. 10 hours after we got through cussing each other out, and they cussed me out and shit. We had a 10-hour discussion. I said it's not unreasonable for a woman to want you to be in a position to take care of her. Now, I'm not saying she got to stay at home and bake cookies all damn day and watch soap operas, because that's slavery, and she's going to be mad at you, and she's still going to leave you and take all your money. But you can at least start at the standpoint of these brothers have a way to do it, and let's not shit on the middle class. That's the start. Okay? We're not saying stay there forever.
Yeah, well, I said the Manosphere, if they had better leadership, they can be something. But as long as you got Obsidian and Bernard Riley and all that, they ain't going to never be.
Well, don't say that. You got to teach them. It's going to be hard, but you got to teach. When Obsidian came into Reggie's channel, right?
53 years old, bro. What do you mean teaching?
I'm sorry. I don't care how old he is. We got to teach it. So he came into Reggie's Bad Guy channel. Yeah, we got to. They aren't teaching morality. You're right. And as long as they teaching have as much sex as you can, make as much money as you can.
Teaching immorality over there.
Yes, they have to understand morality.
Actually teaching immorality.
You're right. I'm gonna give you that. But we have to check them. See, have you checked them?
Yeah, I got thrown out of there. What are you talking about?
Well, that was good for you. You have to check him.
Yeah.
So he came into Reg the Bad Guys channel and he said, if somebody didn't ask you to help him, he said that to me and Arthur. If somebody didn't ask you to help him, why would you help him? And I said, well, if a sister's drowning and she can't really get the words out because she's too busy drowning, I'm a helper. I'm not going to ask her what she brings to the table.
That Reg the Bad Guy, I don't understand his channel.
Well, he has to learn too.
I don't understand what he's doing over there.
Well, he's trying to be Manosphere because all he cares about is making some money. So he wants to be Kevin Samuels. And you guys sell like the middle class. You sell the middle class short. You sell initiative short, man.
Well, Kevin Samuels is losing his thunder.
I think so because he's being dishonest. Okay.
Yeah, he's starting to lose his thunder. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I'm saying, don't sell desire short.
Hey,
okay. You have desire. Conscious Moron has desire. I'm sorry, Dame.
Said Autumn Nature is up here. She might want to say something on what y'all talking about.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it.
Yeah, Autumn.
I just wanted to say that as far as Generation Z, I think that they are setting a different narrative just because of social media. And, this is, you can do so many things without having to have direct interaction and start new communities and new perspectives and, be able to make money online that it's blurring the lines of racism and just any limitations that we had before. So I definitely think, I agree with the topic that their generation is basically going to, they're able to adopt their own narratives and they're not going to be held with these same setbacks.
Well,
but I also
we
do
have to
believe
teach
that
them.
there are
We have
other.
to teach them.
We have to teach them, but I do think that they can take all of the information of, just the history and change it, and they don't have to be subjugated to it. That's what I believe.
Well, that's a good point. She brings up a good point, man. I wasn't thinking about that. And so the point she's bringing up is they can take some of the stuff, like the money, right? They want to make money. So if we talk about making money, they're there. But when we start talking about responsibility and not just pumping and dumping and going after people's money, they don't take that part. And you are absolutely right. If we teach them how to make money, how to get women, how to get men, then they're gonna how to get views, how to get clicks, and don't teach them that you have to be responsible. Don't lie to these women. Don't these men. I love you, and you love his money. Don't lie to these people because you're gonna hurt them. And Verbal said something to me, man, that I just couldn't believe, man. She said, "I ain't putting my heart out there for none of these niggas." Now, why did she say that, Autumn? I ain't putting my heart out there for none of these niggas.
Because you can't
she
give
put
your
her heart
self
out
to
there,
someone.
and them niggas stepped on it.
Yes, but
well, that's why she ain't putting it out there.
They also have to go through those experiences and be
I don't
able
know
to.
if you noticed, Aubrey, a lot of people don't like pain.
I understand. And it's them
Yeah,
niggas.
a lot of people don't like that.
But it's the brothers, though, Max. Why would you do that to a woman? What the hell is wrong with Ramil? Why would you do that to her? She might not be right for you, but you messing her up for the next brother.
Ramil is an idiot.
What the hell is wrong with these niggas? You don't want her, so you gonna mess her up for everybody else?
Guys are idiots, man.
And that's what they teaching. Well, he can go get a Chinese girl. He can go get a white. Shut up. You talking about him. I'm talking about her.
You're not gonna get no traditional Chinese woman. You might get one of those streetwalkers. You're not getting no traditional Chinese woman. They're very cultural.
Talk about it. Shit. They know the game too.
I lived in Asia for 10 years. They're very, very strong cultural people. They stay with their own kind.
They know the game. Filipinos too.
Well, Filipinos are different.
Oh, they don't know the game?
The Filipinos are like, the Philippines is very, very poor. So the Filipinos will pretty much sell themselves to the highest bidder.
Until they get here.
Well, yeah.
They get
well,
Americanized real quick.
Well, no, when they get here, they sell themselves to the highest bidder. You know, wherever, like, for example, you take a Filipino out of the Philippines and you bring her over here, she's going to become whatever you are. You know, if you're white, you're a racist, she's going to become white and racist too.
Would she be loyal to the man though if she came over here, or
Yeah,
was she?
Yeah.
She wouldn't leave him if somebody else came with more money or whatever.
It depends because they're poverty stricken. They got a different mentality. They don't. It's really hard over there. You know.
Okay.
I lived over there. I've
if
seen what they
everybody
go
over
through. It's
here,
really hard.
if everybody over here has more money than everybody over there, what would stop them?
For example, how about working for 30 days in extreme heat for $5 a month?
That ain't gonna happen here. No, that ain't gonna happen here. But what I'm talking about is
Manny Pacquiao must be a god over there.
Oh yeah.
All that money he made, he must be a god over there, man.
Yeah. He's De La Hoya. He's De La Hoya in Mexico.
He must be a god over there because I think the peso was like 21 to $1. I don't know what it is now. It might be more than that. Might be like 50 to $1. I know he must be a god over there.
So you're not recommending that these brothers go overseas and get these women?
No, they don't go overseas and get killed, man. Ain't nobody playing over there.
Oh God. Well, teach
them.
them.
Let me explain something to you. If you're not military, right, and if you're not a corporate, somebody where your corporate company has some kind of business over there, whatever, man, you can forget about it. Forget about it.
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. So that's what I'm saying, man. These brothers messing these women up, man. Don't love these women, running through them, using them. That's not cool. Come on, brothers. You ain't happy. She ain't happy. And you done messed her up for the next. Now the brothers can bounce back and move on. They don't. It's like that for the men, but for the women, man, it's devastating.
One thing about being overseas, especially in Asia, they're not like us, man. When you over there, you have to be about something. They're not messing with you otherwise. If you're not a military guy with money, if you're not somebody rich or some kind of corporate, if you don't have anything, they're not messing with you. They don't get down like that.
Right, but them brothers be lying, Max. Max, you know them brothers tell a woman they high value in a minute. Them niggas be lying.
But they go over there. They go over there with money though, and where they go to the hostros, and they go to the whorehouses where the mama signs and stuff, and they don't go anywhere else. They can't just fit. For example, these management dudes, they can't go to Shanghai. Can't go. What are they gonna do in Shanghai? There's no whores in Shanghai.
Okay.
And Shanghai is clanned up. There's clans everywhere in Shanghai. Ain't nobody going to accept them or take them. They might take a look at them because they're black. You know, they might think that they're, some kind of celebrity, but the moment they find out that they're just regular motherfuckers, man, they're liable to get their ass whooped over there. They ain't gonna mess with you. When you go overseas, man, it's different. They look at you for your status and what you are, what you have. You ain't got no money, it's not happening. It's not happening. Money talks overseas. You ain't got no money, ain't nobody fucking with you over there. They ain't getting down like that. Ain't no such thing as good Samaritans over there. Yeah, if you're gonna be the real brother, you better have some real money with you.
Well, I think that when they go on vacation, they probably save up, and so they appear to have.
They go over They go over there with money, and then the exchange rate is in their favor. You know, like for example, you go to the Philippines and say the peso is 38-1, right? So you go over there with a couple of $1,000. Shit, man, you balling over there.
Wow.
You straight balling over there.
Well, I've heard though that some of them women come over here, and then when they get over here, they turn into, you know, Cujo. They start going out and disappearing and stuff. I've seen it with the some of the Africans, some of the Ethiopian women and stuff. They just trying to get that green card, and then once they get it, they disappear. So,
well,
I've heard horror stories, but
but that's been going on for a long time. That ain't nothing new. Been going on for a long time. They're looking for a meal ticket. They still looking for a meal ticket. That ain't gonna never change because their countries, a lot of these countries where they come from, man, they're extremely poor. Like, you ever been to the Philippines?
No.
Man, let me tell you something. The first time I went to the Philippines and I was walking down the street with my friend Ridley, I had a couple of apples with me, right? And I was eating one. And he said, listen, we was in the middle of McSide Drive, right? He said, throw the apple up in the air. What are you talking about? He said, trust me, throw the apple. Threw the apple up in the air, and all these people died for the apple. I thought that was fucked up. And then I ended up going down the street and knocking down somebody's house.
what? The whole house?
Yeah. Yeah,
What's
knocked
it
the whole
made out
damn
of?
house. He was made out of cardboard boxes.
Oh no! Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. Nobody was
What
living
about
in
in
there.
Manila? Manila can't be poor like that.
Well, Manila is like the it's not like Mindanao, okay, which is next to Manila. Manila is the happening spot, kind of like a beefed up Calhoun from China. They got high rises over there. It's the city, you know. It's well-to-do Filipinos over there. It's kind of like an Asian version of New York. You know, but Manila is very far inland, and it's extremely dangerous.
Oh,
extremely
yeah, I heard about
dangerous.
the corrupt president they got over there, Durante or whatever his name is.
Oh, he a gangster. He'll come in and kill everybody in the house.
Yep, he'll do that. Well, what I was saying was, if Putin fails and Trump fails, I think it's going to be hard for them to be talking about they're superior and all that old shit. They'll still be racist.
Hey, Brooklyn,
but
come on
nobody
up,
will
y'all.
believe them.
We're having a good discussion, a Zennial discussion. Of course, we got RBR up here. We got
real brother.
I'll be right back, y'all. Don't be shy. Hey, Dane, drop the link. I'll be right back.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, I think that if Trump fails, if Putin fails with the invasion of the Ukraine, I'm really hoping, nothing's guaranteed, but I'm really hoping that we could put an end to this racism and this myth of white supremacy. Okay. I don't think they're going to win. I think that it's just 1% against 99%, NATO against Russia. We just have we have too much of a majority. But what they will do is lie. They're good for losing and then lying and saying they won. So they're going to have a new lie. But hopefully we get hip to the fact that it's just another lie and we have to stop believing them. But power is something that we as Black people shouldn't be ashamed of. And we don't, as Black people, if we do the same thing that they do when they are in power, then we're no better than them. If we say you are white, you don't get nothing. We taking all the money. We taking all the power. Every politician is going to be Black. Everybody's going to be Black. Senator's going to be Black. It's going to be like Africa. If we say that to them people, it's not right. Now, what we are saying is, if you get educated and you learn how to govern and you keep your nose clean and you do it the right way and you don't lie and have somebody else take your SAT test and all that old stuff, if you really, truly, and seriously put in the work and you want to govern for everybody, then I think you should have a shot. Now, we're not experimenting. I'm saying when you graduate, Obama teaches constitutional law at Chicago University. He's taught it for 16 years. If you graduated from his class, I think you have the ability to govern. Joe Biden spent 8 years under Obama. I think he has the ability to govern. So what I'm saying is, if you are willing to learn, that's what I was telling Max. If you guys are willing to show the initiative, now if they come at me hard, but I don't look at that negatively. I look at, hey, they want their channel to be successful. Conscious Moron wants his channel to be successful. Max wants his channel to be successful. Not everybody's saying that. There's a lot of people. There's 3.7 million Black content creator channels, and you probably know about 20. Why? A lot of people don't want the channel to be successful. You understand what I'm saying? So when you find somebody like Max or Conscious Moron or Psychopatheus or someone that wants to, even Kevin Samuels and O'Shea Duke Jackson and Obsidian, that they want their channel to be successful, that's where you start. But you got to tell them, hey, no, you got to teach the right thing. Don't let the sister drown because she don't bring nothing to the table. And Kevin Samuels thinks she's a average at best, so he gonna let her drown. Come on, Kevin. So I'm saying that initiative, because you can't force somebody to be successful. All right, if they don't want to be successful, then we can't force them to be successful. But if they show that initiative, let's see. When I start talking about morality in journalism, people say it's boring. And it probably is. But you have to be ethical. You can't be Fox Newsing. You can't be lying because you're hurting people. People believe you. People think you have credibility. So if you're lying to these people, then you're not helping them. And you have a position of power because of your position or your status or your popularity, and you have a duty and a right to have integrity. You can't be partisan. You can't be one side or the other because it's not fair, because there's some dirt and racist on both sides.
Do you think that some of the
but you can't be partisan.
Do you think that the content creators that are out there are willing to take the time to show people the step by step how to do this? And I see a lot of egos preventing all of them from being successful in the same way. That's what I see.
You're right. Well, you're right about that. And like I said, if something's boring, the medicine and the vegetables and all that shit, so that might not be, and that's what you have to do. You have to tell your children that, okay, yeah, the dessert is great and the meat is great, but you're going to have to eat them vegetables. It's not a complete meal unless you have something that's green. I call it the green shit. You got to have it. They don't want it. I don't care. Put it on their plate anyway. And tell them why. You don't have to lie to them. Yeah, if you eat chocolate cake and cookies all damn day,
RBR.
You're going to have a problem when you get older.
RBR.
Yeah.
Did you do
Uh-oh, he borged out. I'm sorry, you borged out, Max.
Could you repeat that?
I said, what did you do to Miss FedEx?
Oh, well, she's still tripping off of what we did in the past. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with Miss FedEx. I think that initiative is what I was talking about. Oh, well, okay. I beat BMT in a debate because he had the nerve to think that he could strike my channel down because I shared his show. So I proved to him that you can share someone else's show as long as you play it on YouTube. So he got mad at me for this is the second time you played the debate where he debated me that white people were superior. So I beat him in a couple of debates. He got mad. So him and Miss FedEx paid Reg, the bad guy, that at $20. I don't know how much. And they banned me from Reg's channel. I don't have a problem with that because I'm not going to lose a debate to BMT just so I can be on Reg the Bad Guy's channel. It's not that serious. So she's still upset with me because if I go against what everybody else is doing, If I go against Putin invading the Ukraine, I'm a bad
Well, she
person
said
because I
that
don't think
she's
Putin.
saying that you attacked her son. You talked about her son.
No, I didn't talk about her son, but I did push back on her doing what she did to me. We have a fundamental disagreement about whether or not we should push back on the mainstream, that whether we should push back on the people that are trying to not pay us and kill us and invade the Ukraine. So she was saying that her son just does gaming, he doesn't do politics, and I'm wrong for doing politics because certainly the Nazis are better to do politics than us. And I disagree with that. She doesn't. She thinks that we should let them handle government and we'll do the gaming. We'll be gamers and let them kill us. It's just a disagreement. It's not, it's just a fundamental disagreement that I shouldn't be on panels because I don't want to talk about gaming, men of honor, and all that shit. Now, actually, I did do a post on Major League Baseball, the show 22. I did do a post on that, Miss FedEx, and that's a video game. So I have a sports channel too. So that's the disagreement that me and her have. She doesn't think I should be doing politics because I'm black. So it is what it is. All right. She probably wants you to kick me off. That's fine. You guys can talk about gaming, I guess, if you. But the reason I was saying is there wasn't nothing else on YouTube tonight, and so I think it'd be better that we could use the time to help people instead of talk about gaming and trying to get people's channels taken down and get people banned from the channels because they have a different opinion. But it's maybe that's the direction we want to go in. I'm not sure. Boy, they be hate. Call it hate. She might come up, but she's come up. She just go cuss me out. I don't know if the dialogue is going to be cool.
If she's still having trouble covered up, she could always call in. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Joe's in the chat. Joe could come up. He can talk it up. He can talk about gaming, farming and shit. Come on, Joe. He ain't got his troll account. They paid Reg. Now, hopefully it was how much was I worth, Miss FedEx? Hopefully they paid at least $100. Goddamn. How much does it cost to silence the truth and shit? $20. Shit, we done killed the truth off. All right. No, I didn't spaz out, but I mean, why would someone have a YouTube channel and not read the terms of service? We have to start taking this as a business, as a side job, as a gig job. If you have a channel, you must read the terms of service. You must read the Copyright Act of 1976. You must read the Section 230 of the 1979 Decency in Communications Act. Reg's the bad guy on his show, not on a show today, but he did a post on how they lost the case when they the black content creators sued YouTube for discrimination. You can't sue YouTube for discrimination. The only two areas that you can sue them is for criminal activity, federal crimes, and for intellectual property rights issues. Not because you black and you said some stuff and you didn't make any money with the stuff you said. You can't sue them for that.
What would be intellectual property?
Property right? Well, in the last 3 years, yes, in the last 3 years, Black YouTube made $30 billion. We own that advertising that's on our pages. We own 100% of the $30 billion. That is copyright infringement. It's selling property you don't own. That's what Google is doing. They don't have, if you go to the Google homepage, there's no ads on the Google homepage. How come? There's no content on the Google homepage. How come? As a platform, they can't have content. See, so the people that deliver the New York Times to your door, they can't write a story. They can only deliver the New York Times and put it on your doorstep. That's what Google is. They're a platform. But the people who publish the New York Times and take the editorial page and tell you who to vote for and all that stuff, they're the publisher. We're the publisher. Max is publishing this show. It's his. It's copyrighted. They can't sell $30 billion worth of advertising and not pay him. He doesn't know that. How come? Because one, he hasn't read the terms of service. And two, YouTube won't tell him because they want to keep the money. And that's why they shouldn't be in power. And that's why we should sue them. But you can't sue them for discrimination.
No.
Why? Because you can't sue them for discrimination. They're just going to deny it. You have no right to say, well, I talked about Joe Biden and said, let's go Brandon, and I didn't make any money. Well, you can't sue Google for that.
Well, how are they getting access to that data? How are they getting access to what commercials or advertisements are being shown while their content is being their content is on there? Like, how do they know?
You have to understand how it works. Now, they won't put an ad on your page unless it's paid for. So when you see the ad, that means the money's in their bank account.
Okay. So, he got off the phone.
Max?
I was just trying to figure out, like, how do they know if this show is going on and someone doesn't have a subscription and they are an ad is being shown, how do they know that how do they know what ad generated some sort of sale? Or I understand that YouTube is getting paid by it, but I just think that information would just be difficult.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I had to remove him from the stream. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, I'll be all right. Don't come back up for the rest of the night. I didn't know that you had attacked Miss FedEx's son. That's not a good look for this channel. We don't condone anything like that. Sorry about that, Miss FedEx. I didn't know that he had did that to your son. So let's get back to what we was talking about. The Zennials.
Yes.
Right. Sorry about that, Miss FedEx. I'm just finding all of this stuff out. Guys, I don't know what you attack people's kids for, man. I tell you, man, the black people today have a lot of brain damage, man. It's a lot of problems. A lot of issues with ourselves, all this self-hatred. Attacking each other's kids. When I was growing up, you never touched anybody's kids. You never talked about anybody's kids. Kids were off limits. People's mothers and sisters and daughters and kids were off limits. Now, people got so much hatred that they just go and attack people's young children. I don't condone that. I don't condone that. You're not going to come up here. That's a bad look for my channel. I'm sorry, Autumn. So go ahead. You were saying?
No, I was just talking about the advertisement, but back to the Gen Z.
Yeah. I like the way they think. They're not looking to copy our mistakes. They're looking they're sampling before they buy. And, and that's smart. They're testing the car they're driving the car before they buy it. And even with the pro-black Zennials, they're slightly different from us. I would like to say that they're a better version of the original pro-blacks. You know, they're everything we are without the faults.
Right.
I like the way they are. And one of the big things I like about them pro-blacks, the Z pro-blacks, that they don't believe in colorism. They believe that's stupid. I do too.
Right.
Blacks shouldn't be fighting other blacks because they're a different shade of black.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. I also feel that they know all of our issues, but like one of them told me, well, some of them told me that they recognize it, they understand it, but if it's not directly affecting them, it's not a topic of discussion. Like they're not going to make it a like dedicate a YouTube channel towards it, or develop some sort of organization or some sort of social group to discuss a problem specifically, and then there's no solution to it. Like I totally agree with that. As far as I think that's why they don't adopt all of our issues.
No, they
They
don't.
take it, they understand it, and then they're like, okay, well, I'm going to develop my own self concept or my own
Exactly.
brand. You know how they were just talking about branding. They brand themselves on whatever it is that they want to be branded on, and that alleviates a whole lot of stress. You know what I'm saying?
And
And just
another thing I like,
limitations.
right? Another thing I like about them is, like I said, there's two different types. You got the factional ones like Truth, who are ethnic, right? And then you got the other ones who they have a broader scope. They pretty much have a love everybody perspective, but it's different. It's not about swirling to them. It's not about dating outside your race or anything like that. They have the reason why they want to connect with different people, because I talk to several of them like this. They like the fact that there's different minds in the world
Right.
that they want to connect with, that they can create different things with. They said, how do we know that there's not a cure for cancer out there? Because we're not probing the minds on the planet to find out if there is one. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Right. And, and I like the way they think.
Yeah.
I
And
really
it
do. I
makes
like the way they
sense.
think. Yeah.
It makes sense. And I think that, again, like I was saying before, a huge, a reason that they're like that is because of technology, because they can
Right.
communicate with people all over the world. And, there's different
Right.
systems that they can build, and they're able to communicate when they're at school. It's just unlimited, and it would be silly to like limit yourself to just Black people when you're interested in, I don't know, gaming, for instance. You're not gonna go and you know uh whatever, play a game on Roblox or whatever they play their game systems on, just because a Black person didn't create it. And I think that that I kind of think that's whack. And I understand that you want to be, that some of them are pro-Black, but I just think that you will just sell yourself short if you just continue with that mindset.
Well, pro-Black, most people don't know what pro-Black means. If I ask the average Black person, see, because I'm old school pro-Black, right? Pretty much where I come from, the time where pretty much the term pro-Black was invented, right?
Okay.
After the Black Panthers and stuff like that. So most Black people don't really know what pro-Black means, right?
Okay.
And so if I ask a person, okay, what does the pro stand for in pro-Black? Do you know?
Me personally,
Uh-huh.
I would say pro. No, I don't actually. I think
Right,
that
right.
I don't know that.
And that's what I mean. Most Blacks don't know, right?
No,
And so
I don't.
when I ask a lot of Black people, what does the pro stand for in pro-Black? They say professional. It's not what it means.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it
That
doesn't.
came
Yeah,
to
no,
mind, but that doesn't
right,
make
yeah.
sense.
No, pro means pro for pro black. Pro means for.
Okay, pro.
For.
Yeah.
So if you're pro, you're for something, right? So
Right.
I'm pro black, so I'm for blacks.
Okay.
My mentality is for blacks, right? Now that doesn't mean that I don't interact with other races. Because if I'm for my people, then I'm going to do what I need to do to help my people. And so that's going to include working with other races to get the best possible results for my people.
Right.
It doesn't mean that I hate other people. Okay, I'm for my people. Now, we don't swirl. We don't believe in being like dating outside of our race or anything like that. We believe that the black woman is the only woman for us, and there is no going around that. So we hardcore loyal to black women and black children and black people. And we don't march around here with a flag talking about we some RG green, red, black, and green and all that. We don't have a movement. It's just something that we simply are. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I can't stop myself from being pro-black, right? If I don't have a movement, I'm still going to be pro-black. I'm still going to be for my people. I don't need a movement to be for my people.
Right.
I don't need a flag to be for my people. So it's not something that I'm pretending to be. It's who I am. You know what I'm saying? It's a natural part of me, like breathing.
Okay.
When I say, people think I'm playing when I say, if I couldn't have any other woman in the world, I say, if I couldn't have a black woman, then I would just be by myself.
Okay.
Because that's how hardcore black I am. That's how loyal I am to black women. If I couldn't have a black woman, I wouldn't be with anyone. I'd just be by myself.
Yeah, I think that people nowadays look at pro-black in a different. Well, I won't say that people. I would say that when I was coming up, I didn't learn about pro-black until I was taught about like the, Panther movements and all of that when I was in high school and in college. And as I became an adult and got into like corporate America, I didn't know the importance of supporting black businesses. I didn't know about the prison to school to prison pipeline issues. I didn't know about the just all of the issues that were specifically affecting black people, other than people are just okay. A lot of black people are, a lot of black men and women are going to prison more. There's discrimination. And so when I got into, actually when I started watching YouTube, I discovered that there was a whole there was more information that I found out about just being pro-black and getting more information about just the things that I need to, that I probably wasn't noticing in my society, and so are just in my community. And so I would say that with that, and then just being a business owner, I just started to recognize the importance of being for Black in a more personal way, as opposed to just, celebrating Black History Month, or, knowing a little bit about Malcolm X and MLK. Like I was saying before, I'm from the Pacific Northwest, and I don't see a lot
Seattle.
of Black culture around me. And so I wasn't
Washington?
exposed to that until I was in, Washington, Oregon area. So I wasn't exposed to that until I became an adult and went to college and stuff like that.
Uh-huh. Well, first of all, Black History Month is a joke. Okay? I'm not even sure why Black people even celebrate Black History Month. Okay? Because all it is the history that white people want us to know about ourselves, which benefits them. Dr. King, man, all that benefits them. Okay. Now, my thing is, when they talk about the school to prison pipeline, the problem I got with people who talk about it is that a real pro-Black would do something about it rather than talk about it. You see, back then, our parents who were hardcore pro-Black, they believe in doing things to improve the lives of their children. See, they wouldn't stand back and settle for a school to prison pipeline. They would do something about it. Like, for example, my mother homeschooled us, right? And so if they felt that back then there was a school to prison pipeline, they would have took their children out of the schools and they would have homeschooled their children.
Right.
That's what a real pro-Black would have done. Okay? Today, a lot of these Blacks today, they just talk. They don't do anything.
Okay.
They just talk. A lot of orators, a lot of so-called pseudo scholars, people who call themselves bringing Black people information. We got the conscious community who talks about Egypt all the time and Kemet, right? But the average Black person knows nothing about Kemet. Okay?
No.
And they talk about speaking different languages. Like the average Black person would tell you, well, I want my son and daughter in an African school speaking multiple languages. Now, when you hear that, what comes to your mind? Does it sound like that person actually wants the best for their child?
It sounds like they just want their child to be cultured.
Exactly, and speak multiple languages, right?
Right.
But they say nothing about the child succeeding in life or the child growing into a person that can teach other children to succeed. You see, these are the fundamental building blocks that we don't have, that other races have, which keeps them ahead of us. I was listening to a conversation with 3 Jewish teenage boys, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think they was around 14 to 15, somewhere around there. And they was having a conversation about taking over things, building things, establishing banks and businesses. They're in their teenage years. Their conversation is far and beyond their years. Okay? Yeah. And then they were also talking about their kids and their grandkids, so that their kids and their grandkids can advance the situation. Our kids don't have that mentality. No. Because the parents don't have the mentality, right?
Right.
It's the difference when you want to send your children to school to learn how to create jobs for other Black kids and build powerful wealth accumulating businesses with residual income that lasts until the end of time, right?
Right.
So if I say, well, what builds wealth? Residual income.
Mm-hmm.
That builds wealth, right? And so you take the idea of the Jews, where their kids are talking about building banks. I'm talking about institutions that have ridiculous residual income that builds nothing but wealth upon wealth upon wealth upon wealth, right? Versus sending your children to school to learn multiple languages.
Right.
How more valuable are the multiple languages over building businesses with continuous residual income that builds wealth?
It's definitely not. It's not effective. It's not as effective as being able to.
The people that own
Generational
The
what?
people that own OPEC will never, ever, 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 from 100 generations, will ever be broke.
Right.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because they have businesses that do nothing but create residual income. And once residual income gets started, it'll take an act of God to stop it because of the way it's built. It's built to continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say that a lot of my family is into real estate, so I was taught at a young age to buy property, but I didn't understand what gentrification was until I got older. I remember the first time hearing it in that movie Boys in the Hood, and didn't really understand the concept of it. But I feel that as Black people, we get like bits and pieces of information, but we don't know the whole gamut of why. I know that they did a huge on CNN, they did a huge piece on like the city of Portland, how it was one of the fastest moving gentrification acts like in the last 25 years. And a lot of my family's from there. But what I'm saying is that me and my mindset, my family's just like buy real estate, buy real estate. But I didn't know I don't know, the criminalism that was happening to the Black people in my community. And I think that that's something that needs to, you're right, that we just get bits and pieces. Like I'm getting real estate because I'm getting real estate for the same reason why the woman wants her child to know multiple languages, right? Not because not well, other than that, I know that it's going to cause. I mean, it's going to have wealth, but I think that we do things because it looks good, as opposed to having a definitive reason to do it. Looking at the broad. I mean, the looking at the bigger picture of why don't other Black people know to buy real estate at a young age? Why are we still economically challenged? We're not getting taught that, and that's the issue that I see.
Yeah. I remember one time a Jewish guy asked me, if you had a chance to sell land or water, which one would you sell?
Water. I would choose water.
Yeah, I did too, right?
Right.
But he told me that
Without the land.
he said eventually you'll run out of water to sell.
Mm-hmm.
If he said water will dry up, you can use up the stream. He said a lot of water can't be purified, so you can't sell it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he said land will always be here. No matter how much of it you sell, it'll always be here.
Right.
Because if you sell it, it goes into the hands of somebody else and it's still here.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it can be traded all the way back around. You can even buy it back and make more money over it. But if you sell water, water disappears.
Right. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you had a stream and you sold the water until the stream dries up, then you have no more water to sell.
Mm-hmm.
But if you sold some land, that passes from one person to another person to another person. The land will always be here, no matter who you sell it to. And there's always a chance you can get it back. And there's so much of it, you can never sell it all in a lifetime.
Right.
So he said you can make money off of land to the day you go to your grave. But water, and then you can only go so much with water because, it's considered life's blood. So they're not going to let you sell but so much of it, right? So because it'll dry up, It's a really interesting concept about things that disappear and what we see as value, right?
Mm-hmm.
For example, if I learned this from a Jew,
No, I'm listening.
if you invest $100 in something, right,
Right.
and it makes $25, what do you think about that?
It
You
would
just lost
depends on.
$75.
Well, it
You invest
depends on.
100,
Yeah.
right, and you only made $25 back.
I mean, yeah, okay. I was thinking like if I broke even and then that was my profit, but yeah, okay.
And he told me, he said that's what's wrong with a lot of you blacks. He said you don't understand the value of maximizing things. He said a Jew. He said if I spend $100 and make $25 back, he said now I know that whatever that I'm investing in, it makes money. See, he's looking at the fact that it makes money,
Right.
not how much money he actually make back. The fact that it makes money at all,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And so he looks to maximize its ability to make money.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they focus on. That's why they got so much money.
Right.
He said most people, he said that he's made millions of dollars off of things that people thought were failures because they didn't make their money back. He said most people look at the wrong concept when it comes down to money and making money. If you invest $100 and you make 50 back, well, whatever you invested in has the ability to make money.
Right.
It's not a failure.
No, as long as you make your money back.
Right. It makes money. So what you have to do, if you have to maximize the way it makes money.
Mm-hmm.
And then you make back more than you put in and then some.
Right.
So it's like if you say, if you spend $100 on selling iced tea, right? And you made $50 back. Okay. Well, you made $50 on iced tea. Why didn't you make more? You listen to the customers. Hey man, what stopped you from buying 2 glasses of iced tea? Oh well, the iced tea was a little tart. Could have been a little bit sweeter. Maybe a cherry should have been in it or whatever. You know what I mean? And so you take these suggestions and you say, okay, well let me put a little bit more sugar in it. Maybe add a cherry. Now you done sold $75 worth of iced teas. And then you ask the person again, hey, why wouldn't you buy more? Well, the glasses aren't big enough, If you had maybe a bigger glass, because it's so good, I like to have a bigger glass. Okay, we're going to get large cups. See what I'm saying? That's the way they think. But they think like that on a large level. They take what makes money and they maximize it. They don't see it as a failure. Because if it didn't make any money at all, right? That's when they see it as a failure. So when you put $100 in something and you lost another 100, that's a failure. Hello?
I agree with you. Definitely makes sense. Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what helped me be successful. I put money into things. If it makes money, I look to maximize it. I look to maximize it making money.
Right.
Like about the monetized thing, right? Oh, you're only making $100 a month of a monetization, but did you maximize it? There are people out there making $60,000 a month of a monetization because they maximize it. They maximize how it makes money. One guy made $30,000 in 1 month off of monetization because he maximized the views.
Yeah, that's what I was saying the other day, that especially online is a great way to make money, except the content that is showcased in the Black community, a lot of it is just pretty negative and toxic, and that's unfortunate. So I think that we definitely have to go through a rebranding so we can find other avenues and ways to make money online.
Hmm. Well, yeah, it's just too many scam artists too here online. Too many of these. The conscious community got a good thing going. They scamming people. I think they made $1 million off of a show called Kim It on Trial. Yeah, they made $1
Okay.
million over there. You signed that and they made $1 million. I think $1.3 million off of that.
What was that
Yeah.
exactly? What
It
was
was an event to where they went and you had all of the big names in the conscious community just battle each other in
okay.
debates.
Oh, okay. I thought it was okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and just battled each other in debates, which I thought was
Why do you think?
ridiculous. But
Why do you think that it's a? Why do you call it a scam?
because the conscious community, they trick black people into thinking that they have information that's actually going to help them or change their life for the better, and they don't.
Okay.
It's just a bunch of rehash, regurgitated nonsense that don't add up to anything, nor does it help black people. Like, for example, Zion Lex was talking about how he speaks Hebrew. And so he can read the English Bible and the Hebrew Bible, right?
Right.
The average black person doesn't speak Hebrew.
So are they?
Huh?
No,
Huh?
finish what you were saying.
So the average black person doesn't speak Hebrew. So what part of that message is going to help black people? And so you telling me about the Bible, most black people who go to church know about the Bible. So you're not telling us, in many cases, you're not telling us anything we don't already know. But the way they dress it up as if it's something different, and then they sell it to black people. And black people buy it and realize that once they open the package, it's not something that they haven't seen before.
Okay. Do you think
so
that? I was gonna say,
Yeah.
do you think that? I don't know. That's different from us buying and subscribing. What? I don't know. For instance, I'm trying to think. Okay, so you have people subscribe before the internet. I mean, before YouTube got popular, everybody was into reality TV, and
Right.
people were selling reality TV, and that was a different form of entertainment, and that doesn't help anybody. To me personally, I mean, I don't subscribe to like the conscious community like that. I've never been to any of those debates, but I just don't. I don't think that there's. I personally don't think that there's anything necessarily wrong with black people selling to other black people. I think that if it's not like if it's not harming them or putting them in like a financial debt or any or misleading them, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. Now, if they were promising that, oh, if you know this, this is going to help your life out in this way, or I can help you, get to this, I think that would be a problem if they're promising something. But I kind of think that is similar to us, to society paying for reality TV shows or whatever's hot when the Braxtons were on, and we're buying their products, and I kind of think it's the same way. And I don't know. I just kind of think that it's the same way, but I don't think that it's as harmful as what mainstream media and TV or whatever is telling us.
Okay. Now,
selling to us.
Right. Let me answer the first part. Reality TV was entertainment.
Yeah.
And they marketed reality as pure entertainment. They never told the people that reality TV was something more than what it really was. So the people knew exactly what they were getting. They was getting entertainment, and people want to be entertained. So they're brought into reality TV, and it wasn't. I love the Braxtons.
I
You know,
do
one of the
too.
reasons
I
why I
liked
like
it
the
too.
Braxtons is because they're from Virginia, where I live, and they could be like my sisters. They were. I mean, I love Tony Braxton. I love Trina. I loved all of them because they were like my they could have been my sisters.
Right.
They were, even though they were supremely talented, they were regular black girls. They you know, they could be. My sisters were like that. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They were just normal black women, black girls. You know, just like my sisters. And I have 5 sisters who could have been, you know, just like them.
Right.
That's one thing I loved about them. You know,
Yeah, I watched them too.
yeah, that was I loved them girls, and they were so down to earth. You know, and so it was entertainment, and people liked it, and they didn't try to sell reality TV and package it as something it wasn't, and that's why that worked. Now, the conscious community is a completely different animal, right? They're telling you that your bloodline, you're connected to the people who built the pyramids, right?
Okay. Yeah.
There's no proof of that whatsoever. First of all, bloodlines don't even last that long. Okay? We are so many generations of black African people, we don't know who we're connected to. And they most certainly can't trace anybody black from this day and age all the way back to ancient Kemet. And so you're trying to make black people think that they came from somewhere that they didn't come from. Now, black people did build the pyramids. There were black people in Egypt, right? But they weren't related to us. And those weren't the only black people that existed back in the day. They're trying to make it seem like, okay, well, only black people, the only black people on the planet at the time of the pyramids being built were the ones in Egypt, and that's not true. That's not true at all.
Well, what if you look at it as just like, because I like the Braxtons too. I was,
I love
specifically talking about the the advertising during there, or the products, or how they sell skincare and stuff like that. And that's all a part of entertainment. That goes along with it. But when you look at the conscious community, can't you look at it in the same way as a form of entertainment? I have watched debates before, and sometimes they are entertainment, especially like
because they got too many they got too many disingenuous stances. There's too many problems because, for one, you're trying to tell black people, right? This is where their heritage is, their lineage is, right? Then you confuse everybody with these Hebrews, okay, who aren't real Hebrews, okay? Then you come at it with Chief Holiday jumps in there, and Dan Calloway with all this Aboriginal and Native Indian crap, when Native Indians had black people as slaves. Even 2 years after slavery, the Native Indians were the last to give up their slaves. And then you know something else about Native Indians? They also had treaties with whites to go out and catch slaves who ran away from the plantation. See, there's a lot of Native history that black people are being hidden from, and that the conscious community won't tell you. But they'll tell you that, oh, well, you're an Indian because you got melanin in your skin, so these are your people. Those are not your people. And then Dan Calloway with his Aboriginal crap, and then you got, Tazariak with all this Hebrew crap. They dressing up in costumes, acting as if they actually came out of Egypt. It's ridiculous. And it's disingenuous. And then they only know about 2 places in Africa: Egypt and probably Nigeria, Ghana, whatever. They don't know
Okay.
anything about anything else in Egypt.
Okay.
And Jabari is taking people on trips to see the pyramid, which has no real information in it.
Okay. So.
Okay, they done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so me personally, like for instance, I'll take the Real Housewives of Atlanta, and I'll say that they have women on there, characters on there, or people on there, and they portray a certain dynamic of how a black woman is, or how a black woman should act, or how she usually acts. And there's a promotion of certain characters that are more even on Basketball Wives and stuff like that, are more maybe she's loud and aggressive, or maybe she's promiscuous, or maybe she's just all these different types of personalities. And I kind of feel that it's similar to the effect that it has on black people is similar to the way that these characters in the conscious community are. Like there's people that are like more known than everyone, and you go and watch them in person or online, and they represent a certain narrative, and maybe you start believing in their philosophy. Like there's some women that are more like Nene Leakes, and then maybe people are like more like Phaedra, or then you have even the Braxtons. You got Tamar, who's completely different from Toni Braxton in her character and the way she represents herself. But they all kind of, there's certain flocks of women or that cater to them. And then you take the Love and Hip Hop. There's different types of men on there, and they all have different personalities. So I don't know. I feel like when it comes to like showcasing something online and people are watching you, it's reality, but it's also a lot of caricatures of how black people are. But in the gamut of it, I still feel that it's a form of entertainment, and I don't think that I don't see anything completely wrong with them making money off of it.
Well, okay. Let's start with the Housewives of Atlanta, right? The Housewives of Atlanta, right? They don't fancy themselves as teachers.
No.
They're not saying that they're coming out to teach black people and to teach the youth. The conscious community has adopted the position that they're teachers and that they're here to help black people, when you're not actually teaching black people anything. Like, for example, Shaka Amos talks about coffin texts a lot, right? Talks about Egypt. Again, they're all out of Egypt. And don't get me started on the homosexuality, but they're all out of Egypt, right? Right, yeah, and then the coffin text of that. First of all, you've never established any real connection with black people in America to anybody black in ancient Egypt. And you know why they haven't done that? Because they can't. Okay? Because they can't. We're not the same black people as the ones in ancient Egypt that built those pyramids. Those are not our kindred folks. We don't even come from that region. Black people don't even come out of that region of Africa. Most of us come out of Western Africa.
Right.
Okay?
And then
right. Yeah, out of Western Africa. And then many of us come from the Igbo tribes or the Ibani tribes that come out of Nigeria.
Right.
Okay? Holly, you would be hard pressed to find any black people in America that come from that far deep in Africa.
Right.
You know how far Egypt is away from like when you get to Africa, you get to Ghana. You know how far Egypt is?
Yeah. So you're saying that like the reality TV that I was just talking about, because they're not basically positioning themselves as, so basically the conscious community are saying that they're putting a leadership role on
Uh-huh.
their philosophy or
Right.
their what they're presenting, and basically making themselves saying that they're accountable in a way.
Right.
It's
Exactly.
for a group of people when they could be leading them. What the information that they're giving
Exactly.
them is not totally
Right.
factual.
And
So okay, I
exactly.
understand what you're
And
coming
then
from.
not only
Yeah,
that, right? And then not only that, you're saying you're teachers and all this other stuff, right?
right.
But you don't address anything that's going on with black people in America. Everything is from some far off land,
Right.
70 to a billion years ago, that we don't have anything to do with.
Okay, I get it. I understand. Yeah, you're
It's
right.
it's one comedic live stream after another, just filled with a bunch of pseudo nonsense that we don't have any ties to. And then they'll never tell you, okay, now when they do address us, it's all negative. Now,
Right.
now let me tell you something about Mr. Shaka Amos, the same guy with the corporate and all that. He's also the same guy, and we have it on tape, right? This is on the conscious community. He sat up here, and me and Dane, we got it on tape. The same guy who wears a damn dress, okay, and says that he's an alpha male, right?
Yeah.
He said that the single most dangerous thing to a black man's health today and well-being is a black woman. How's that for consciousness?
That's not conscious at all.
Oh yeah, this is what I mean. They're a
Right.
bunch of charlatans.
Right.
Okay? They fake. A lot of them hate black women too.
Oh yeah.
When they was over there with the black woman's God business, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they found out that there was real science to what they were talking about, right?
Right.
They stopped they stopped preaching it and they started preaching against it.
Right.
Okay, young Pharaoh was one of the biggest people out there talking about the black woman as God,
Yep,
right?
he sure was.
Now he can't stand black women.
Because of his emotions.
Right. He can't stand black women. Brother Polite, the black woman is God. She has all of these ovary cells. She's born with all of the kids in the world, right? He over there swirling. All right, so if the black woman is God, why are you swirling? Why would you?
Yeah.
Why would you? Okay, if you got the if somebody tell me the black woman is God, and I have a chance to date a God and marry a God, why would I go with a dog chaser?
Because you're not you don't believe in what you preach. You don't
Exactly.
practice what you preach.
You are running after somebody who chases dogs for a living. Okay?
Right.
And sexually at times can't tell the difference between you and a four-legged animal.
Okay.
And I'm supposed to leave a gut. I don't understand that. And so so you done got me started.
I have another perspective though.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so
I'm enjoying the conversation, by the way.
Me too. So so basically I don't you have history channels, and that's interesting. They have the History Channel and all of those different type of channels, and it's interesting learning about history. So from that aspect, I would say if they're bringing up information that's not pertinent to right now, other than if there's some type of geological thing in the earth or something like that, that you can backtrack. I mean, you can say, okay, well, that's why our world is like this. I understand that's entertaining, but what do you think is different from, okay, if they're positioning themselves as these leaders in to lead the black people in a certain way, and they're giving us all this information, what's the difference between that and like CNN and them giving us fake news and them saying we have this information but it's not naturally factual. I mean, it's not really factual. I kind of feel that in a way you can say that the conscious community, that the people, the charlatans that are, trying to get over on us. And I believe, wasn't Brother Polite talking about we can get our independence, or something about we were Moors, or he was trying to promote some sort of like I don't know exactly what it was, but it was something where you could get your citizenship from, because you're not an you man, I don't even remember it was such a long time ago. It's when I first heard about him. But so just to go further, he was promoting something at the time that was allowed, that was basically telling people that they can, go to the government and say that they're not really African citizens, and don't quote me, but it's something along that line. I kind of feel that that information he was kind of
Okay, can you hear me?
yeah.
Okay,
Am
I'm
I
back. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just was saying that
No, I heard what
sometimes,
you said.
yeah, sometimes they
Um,
promote information that's right
it, um,
now, but it might not be
you talk
factual. And I'm wondering, like, is that
right.
different than like CNN giving us
Yeah,
fake
you talk.
news?
Yeah, you talking about when he was promoting that sovereignty crap.
Yeah,
Okay.
that sovereignty
Yeah,
crap.
sovereignty.
Um,
Yeah, which was a scam. And then the
and then you got
yes.
Umar Johnson wanting us to give him all of this money for this
Okay, well
school
he's a
that he was
different.
going to
Okay, but
help.
he's a different story now. Let's do the accountability. Yeah, I like your analogy. Fake news. I'll buy that
Yeah,
for a
like I think
thousand.
it's the same. Yeah. But
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
saying
yeah.
that to say that I think that
I'll go with
it's
that.
no different. It's no
Give me
different
one
than the
second. I'll be right
CNNs.
back.
Yeah. Hey, Dane, you've been pretty quiet. I haven't heard from you too much tonight. Damon, you still online?
Okay. Hold on a second.
Hello?
I'll be right back.
Okay. Free Brother Polite. Free young Pharaoh. We are from the land of Moors. Interesting. I didn't know that they were locked up.
All right. All right. So I'm back. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Ooh. Okay. So Jeff Davis came into
Yeah, he
the
said
room.
free Brother Polite. Free young Pharaoh. And I didn't know that they were
You may
not.
be from the lands of the Moors, but I'm not from the lands of the Moors.
No, I'm just me.
The Moors. The
Yeah.
Mo- enslaving black and white. They enslaved so much that that's one of the reasons a Muslim faith spread as a self defense and not to be enslaved,
Proud
because there was something
faithful.
about not enslaving other Muslims. Although I think that's out the door now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when they delete that, you still can see what they wrote too.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. So
He was extremely self righteous. He came up here and he was talking, and he went off on her son. That's ridiculous. Ridiculousness.
mhm.
Yeah. But I overall just I just like I totally am just enthused about being able to there's so many entrepreneurs that have been so many, yeah, entrepreneurs that have been created, so many people making money, that have these great ideas, or just not even just not they're not even reinventing the wheel. They're just, social media, YouTube, IG, Facebook, all these different social network platforms has just made way for people to make money. And I think that's dope, Amazon and stuff like that. I love that. And so that's why I'm not against the concept of being able to make money. I know tons of people that have quit their jobs that they hate, and they have the freedom to be able to make money online. So I love that concept. So I'm never against people being able to make money online. Now, I'm against the type of content, when it's, the conscious community. I look at it and I'll say, okay, I never really got too much into it, but there are some things that I learned that I didn't know. But that manosphere stuff, and then the male bashing stuff, I feel that is definitely emotionally based, and that's what should not be promoted. That's what should not be embraced for us as a people. I think that does a big disservice to us. And again, I have, like, the young guy that was on here before, I have never heard a group of men talking about women, black women, that way until I got online. And I haven't heard a group of women in a mass amount talking about men like that until I got online. And
Yeah.
it's ugly.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And when you used to talk to them, they used to say, "Well, the women been bashing black men for years." I said, "No, no, 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 no. You got that incorrect. What you taking is something out of context. You take a woman being mad at her man, fussing
Mhm.
about her man is no good, and that, and you make it like she's generalizing all men.
Right.
That's
They
not what she's doing. You
mm-mm.
taking and stuff like the so-called we don't need no man. That's just a build up to your girl that she don't need that man. Not that she don't
Right.
need no man. Um,
Right.
but
No,
that's where
it's
the time I could do bad all by myself. If
she without that dude.
yeah, uh-huh.
But what they're not saying is that while she's saying that, she's still holding the brother down. He's still laying up in her house. He's still driving a car. He's still cheating. She's still with her. He may be working and she's still having to deal with whatever it is that she's dealing with. That's the difference. Like, she might be complaining, but she's not abandoning. And so that's what I'm that's the difference between, you hear some, I remember there's that old song by even the old songs with Mary J. Blige, when she's basically complaining about problems in relationships, but she's still there. She still has that same man. She's still with them. And then um when you hear that, and then the Terry McMillan, books and stuff, this is like before social media. They're complaining, they're having situation, but they're still dealing with their men. They're still with them. They haven't left. He's still around. So, that's a bunch of BS. But you hear the manosphere, and they're like, it's not only they're complaining about women, but they have like developed a vitriol. They completely want to abandon, having a black woman. They are it's turned into like a hate and a, what I mean? It's deeper than that. It's like violent in a way.
Yeah,
So that's what I don't like about it. That's what I don't like
yeah.
about it. But neither
Yeah,
but
yeah, the hate so blinding them. They
recognize
don't
it.
accept the wrong of it, even towards their own. Okay, like the Max was. You probably heard it, and others about. Okay, I don't know how long you've been here, but there was a thing where uh this white man punched this 11-year-old girl like she's a grown man.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen
Yeah,
that in front of a store, and then like about a year past,
yeah.
another one pushed her
Okay,
head in the
there
yeah.
was yeah. The man of spirit was talking about buying him a drink and all this stuff and the same stuff they were done it too. Okay, wait. I was like, this is bad. The white man himself knew he did wrong. He turned himself in. He pled guilty because he knew that he was wrong. He's a grown man. She's an 11-year-old child.
Right.
He could have did a whole bunch of things. That man had the reach where he could have grabbed her by the head. There's no way she could have touched him. He could have shoved her again like he shoved her the first time. All
Right.
this and stuff like that. And it just, and I was like, your vitriol and hatred of black women is so bad that
You don't even protect a
you are
child.
putting a child in the woman's place.
Right.
You're talking about 2-year-olds being being a slut because she do what all 2-year-olds do. They bat them little puppy dog eyes, and they try to get their way. Baby boys, 2-year-old boys, 2-year-old girls. It's just that they know, they do it to the opposite sex. The baby boy do it to the female, batting them big baby the big puppy dog eyes, trying to either get something or get away with something. It's the same year, except she's doing it to the male because that's not gonna work with your own sex.
I think that is a lot of them. A lot of the men nowadays that complain about it have been effeminized in a certain way. That they complain about things that men who are masculine men they don't view as this is not right. I my father has two daughters, me and my sister, and he's a different way. He just has us, but he has nephews, but he treats us in a certain way. He knows that he has to listen to us a lot more than he would normally. Well, I have a stepbrother, and he's like probably a year older than me. So his relationship with my stepbrother and the relationship that he has with me and my sister is different. They don't have any issues. They never had any issues, but there's sometimes my dad has to talk to me about my feelings, or whether it is some sort of, I didn't like the way that you said that. Well, he never says nothing to me in a bad way, but the consideration, or you're not, when we get on the phone, you're talking about my sister more than you're focusing on me. And that's just basically what I'm saying, is that real men, they know how to conduct themselves with women. And I think that we have but my father had his mother and my grandma and my grandpa was married. They did get a divorce, and my grandma did get married, again, but his father was always in his life. And
Right.
I think that plays a big difference for in the way that our men are being raised, is that there's no fathers around, and they don't have nothing to refer to as what manhood is, or refer to as how they're supposed to deal with the woman having opposition to something that they did. And of course, my father doesn't like me to tell him something that I think that he did wrong or could do better. But of course, I'm not going to say it like that, because no man, he wants to please the woman, or he wants to make sure that we're okay. So he doesn't like it, but because I'm his daughter, because he loves me, he sits, he talks, and he listens to me, and he figures out, well, how can I fix it? how can I fix it? I just want you to be okay. I just want you and your sister to be good. And I think that that's the difference between the men now that have been raised without a father, and they just don't know how to interact with women and how to resolve issues with women. But I'm not going to just exclusively put it on the men, because I also feel that because there's not men around, that there are a lot of male and females being raised in single parent households by the women. And a woman cannot teach a man, a young boy, how to be a man. And a woman, a girl, she definitely has to have the influence of her father in her life to be um, to help her navigate in life as a woman. And then, you know what, a lot of people don't want to, a lot of women don't want to, talk about, is that if they're these single parent households, I mean, let's just be keep it 100. The women are not they're not happy about it, and they're going to express that in the household. So if a woman is not happy that the her children's father is gone, she's going to complain about it. She's going to, until she's able to resolve it, she's going to have some bitterness towards it.
Okay, I'm back.
And so
Sorry
oh,
about
okay.
that.
And so I just kind of feel that her having those type of feelings influences both the boy and the girl, and it could be in a negative way. And so she contributes to the overall character of our children because she is the main influence in our lives. So I do agree with agree that it's both of our responsibility to resolve the disconnect in our community with the Black family.
No, I don't believe that. Well, and I'll tell you why in a minute. Let me go to Miss FedEx. Man, I hope you're all right, Miss FedEx. You said that you are. Dame, is she sick?
She got hurt right a while back. She hurt. She broke a bone. She's doing
Oh,
okay, but she's healing. Kind of
okay,
like
okay,
Abin, our brother.
okay, right. Okay, I got you. Well,
Hmm.
hopefully you're feeling better, Miss FedEx. Get well soon. Yeah, then go on mute, please, because you got
Okay.
some background.
Okay.
Yeah, let me get back to. Okay, no, I don't agree with none of that. I'm sick and tired of these guys trying to pass the buck. The responsibility of the community falls on the leader. Every real man will tell you that. No real man is going to blame the woman for the failure of the community when it's the responsibility of the man to make sure the community is run properly. Now, if the man is doing that and the woman is tearing up what the man is building, then that's a different story. But the black woman isn't doing that. She's just simply following behind what the man is doing. So if she's failing, it's because he's failing. And so he's leading her into failure. These guys don't want to take responsibility for allowing the community to fall into ruins. Now, how did they do that? Let's start with this absentee fathership. Anybody has any idea how important the father is to a household, especially to growing children, not just the boys, but the girls too? Okay. And so now you have a situation to where the mother's back is up against it because she's not supposed to be raising the children by herself. So you got all of these guys walking out, leaving their seeds behind for the woman to fend for herself. And then when she falters, they got the nerve to say it's her fault and you can't blame them for not being there. That's one. Two, comes back to the same thing, right? Not raising your boys properly. Your boys are being raised in the street. They're turning into animals. They're becoming savages. They're starting to kill women and children. Okay? It's because that they have no guidance, they have no teachings, they have no discipline, they have no integrity, they have no respect, they have no honor, and they have no regard for life. All of these attributes come from the father, not the mother. Come from the father, right? Second, failure to protect. Back in my day, the black women had maximum protection. Are you still there, Miss Autumn?
Yes, I'm listening. I agree with you.
Okay, back in my day, I'm an old school guy, right? I'm 54. Back in my day, the black women had maximum protection. You know what maximum protection is? That means that every black woman in my community, whether it be my mother, my sister, my auntie, my grandmother, could not go anywhere by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They always had a man in tow. Now, it wasn't prison. They can go wherever they want as long as a man was with them. We didn't let them go anywhere by themselves. We were always hanging around, making sure they got to and from safely. They always had protection. Why? Because the black men who were the leaders in the community loved black women back then. And they did that through example. And they protected them with their lives. Because many of the men back then were spiritual. And what did the Creator say? Love her like you would love yourself. Or love her like Christ would love the church. And so men truly believed in that back then. So they protected the women. My sisters could not go to the stores or go anywhere without their brothers hanging around. She can go to her friend's house. We hang outside. You know what I'm saying? She go to the store. We hang outside. You know, we was charged with making sure that our sisters got to and from safely, right? My mother never left the house without my father or one of her eldest sons. Okay, we were always chaperoning, right? And so failure to protect your community and the people in your community. We did not allow strange people to come into our community and accost our women or give our women diseases. Today's black man has failed. You got white boys coming in the community, giving black girls diseases, bragging about it, beating up black women. You couldn't put your hands on our women, not back in my day. Nobody. First of all, a black man couldn't put it in. In my time, I grew up in the 70s. Okay, you couldn't put your hands on a black woman back then. Okay, and so these guys, right? Again, resources, no resources in the community. These guys have no sense of ownership. They don't own homes. Back then, the men owned the homes that they were in. My father owned the house that we grew up in. Ownership was prevalent amongst black men. Hell, they worked on each other's houses throughout the neighborhood. They owned the whole neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And they controlled the neighborhood. And they protected the neighborhood. And the women followed because the men were real leaders. You understand? And so when the leadership of the man fails, everything else in the community fails right along with it. That's not the woman's fault.
No,
The black woman did not destroy the community. She's not the reason why the community fell. If anything, she's done everything she could to try to hold what community we got left together.
Yeah, I agree.
We should be thanking her for many of us not being out on the street. Well, I always tell guys, where would you be if your mother turned your back on you like your father did?
Yep.
How are you going to blame the parent who's there doing everything she can to raise those children by herself? How many people you know? Now, check this out. Children are a bill. They cost. Let's keep it real. They cost.
Right.
Would you allow somebody, if you went out on a date or you went somewhere shopping with somebody, would you be cool with them stiffing you with the bill?
No, absolutely not.
Exactly not. And so you want to be an absentee father, you want to go and let it swing low, and you stuck the woman with these bills. These
Okay.
children are bills.
I have a
So now,
question.
uh huh.
Okay. I have a question about that. Because I was saying before you got on that my father is in my life, and his relationship with my stepbrother and my sister is different. And his father, he was raised by his father and his mother. They were divorced, but they got divorced, but his father remained in his life. And I was saying that these men, they don't know how to interact with women. They don't know how
Mm,
to resolve issues with women. And
mm,
I generally just went into how my dad and relates to me and my stepbrother. It's completely
mm,
different. He's more he listens to us, and he might not like us to say, hey, dad, you need to do this, or can you do this, or whatever. He because he just wants to, well, how can I fix it? How can I, whatever it is that you're having a
mm-hmm.
problem with, I just want to fix it. So I'm basically saying that these men now here, they complain. And so when you say that children are a bill, and
Uh huh.
in regards to um like you were saying, the home ownership and stuff like that, and a lot of us are not, a lot of black men do not
Nope.
own their homes.
Nope.
um do
There's
you
more black
believe?
women who own homes than black men. Way more.
Right. My whole thing is this, is like, my great great grandfather had all these different businesses cleaning, and he was able to pass down 4 generations of a house, and it
Yep.
goes to me and my sister, so that stayed in our
Yep.
home. But do you think that when government assistance came, that black men were like, oh well, the government will pay for it, so I don't have to?
No,
You don't think so?
that's a myth. That's a myth too, because I lived through that era too. But let me finish one thing, and I'll get right to that. Right
Okay.
now, the green eye is saying that it's the black woman and black woman's responsibility for its community. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that has some truth to it. But
Both.
that only
Yeah.
works. Right? That only works if the black man's leadership isn't failing.
Got it.
See, for example, the men who led when I grew up, right? When they was leading, they set precedents in the community about what's going to happen, what's not going to happen. Like, for example, if my father came home from where I have 5 sisters, they'd be out there jump roping and stuff like that, right? And cheerleading and all that stuff, right?
Right.
One day they was out there shaking their boom booms, okay? And they
Mm-hmm.
were very young. And my father came home and saw that. And so he went to my mother and said, hey, Mary, why are my daughters out there shaking their behinds like they're prostitutes? And my mother immediately went out there, saw what went on, and dealt with that. They all got their behinds whooped, right?
Right.
Now, had he come home and said that, and she did nothing, then you can say she's working against what's going on. She's not cooperating.
Yeah.
She's not doing her part.
Right. Makes
You
sense.
understand what I'm saying?
Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. I
But
totally agree.
right, but she's right, but he's the leader. He's taking care of everything. He's providing. He's protecting. He's doing his part, and so now she has to do her part as a mother. Her husband came in and said, "Hey, my daughters are out there acting out," and she handled it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like if she was to come and say, "Hey, my sons are out there acting out," he gonna handle it,
Right.
okay? Because she also had 5 boys. My mother had 10 kids, 5 boys and 5 girls, and plus 2 that they raised that wasn't theirs,
Mm-hmm.
okay?
Yeah.
Which a lot of black men did back then. Now
And doing,
get into
yeah.
the now get into the welfare thing. The welfare system didn't do nothing to black men. Matter of fact, black men and black women, they were raping the welfare system. They was killing that system because the way they did it back then was a social worker would come out, they would tell you when they was coming out, and all the man did was leave the house for a few minutes, go around the corner, go talk to his friends until the social worker left, and then went right back in the house.
Okay.
And then they got free money.
So what? So okay. So my thing is, I'm not saying, see, when you listen to the Black manosphere, they're like, oh, the Black woman chose welfare and kicked the man out. I don't see it like that.
Well,
I see it me just in a way. I don't know, because I don't know how it went, or I don't know what was the disconnect, but I felt like it was a I felt that when government assistance started, that it was a what's the word that I'm looking for? A scapegoat, or
actually,
justify
that was it.
a scapegoat
But
for Black men not to have to
no, actually,
have
that was a blessing. That was a blessing in disguise. Let me say something. Do you know who was regulating that in the household? In most households,
the men.
black men.
Oh,
Yeah, they were talking to the wife. Okay, look, honey, check this out. We're gonna get this money. Okay,
okay.
these people are stupid. They're telling you when they're coming. So when they come, you let okay. I'm going to leave the house for a few minutes or an hour or two, and I'll be back later. And we're going to get this money, and we're going to add to this and that. A lot of the men were directing that money.
But do you think that if you're getting something, if you're continuing to get something that you don't necessarily have to work for, that you could get complacent? You can get complacent and
well,
rely on it too much, and then be
well,
like, well, I don't want to do nothing, even
well. That's
even though it's keeping you poor. But you know
yeah,
what I'm
but that
saying?
would
So I'm not saying that I don't believe that she kicked them out, because of course,
nah.
right
She
now,
never.
Section 8, no, a woman is not going to kick a man out, that she wants him there. So
No, they
that's
never.
just
There was no
BS.
kicking.
No,
No,
none of
there
that.
was no throwing nobody out. No, none of that
I
stuff
think it
happened.
just made them lackadaisical. Me
If
personally, I would
any,
say lackadaisical, and they just stopped
if any, if any guy got
working.
kicked out the house, it's because he was cheating. When that
Yeah,
had
I
nothing to
just feel
do with
like
no government existence. And no, those guys back then they didn't get complained because them guys were the men back then were cut from a different cloth. Okay, they were
mm-hmm.
hard workers. They were builders. My father had so many skills. I didn't even know a human being could have so many skills. I mean, he taught me, my brother. I know how to build stuff today because what my father taught me, right? And so, those men were different. Now these men today, oh yeah, that would cause them. I mean, these men today are weak.
Right.
Oh
Yeah,
no, you
because
don't
they
want to
don't
get.
have
Oh no,
fathers in the home. So
yeah, man,
what
they weak.
happened?
So,
Why did they
uh,
stop? Why did they leave? Why do you think they started leaving?
who who left?
Men. Why did men start
Oh,
abandoning their
okay. Well,
homes?
okay. Well, back then in the '60s and '70s, right? There
Mm-hmm.
was a lot of black. There was a lot of black men bucking against the system.
Okay.
So a lot of them lost their lives fighting police. A lot of them were locked up. Okay, and they were taken out of the homes. There was a there was a concerted effort to take the man out of the home because the man was the strongest thing in the house.
Okay.
Okay, if there was a man there, you wasn't overrunning that house.
Mm-hmm.
See, white people back then, white people were afraid of us back then. They didn't come in our communities. Okay, they didn't do what you see them doing now because the
Okay.
men were just too strong back then, and the men would fight back then. We didn't have spineless dudes who were afraid of white people. I don't know nothing about being afraid of white people. My father was never afraid of anybody white.
Mm-hmm.
Neither was my
Right.
grandfather.
Right.
Okay,
Yep.
so they'd knock a white person upside the head. So back and then they fought against the police. So a lot of the brothers were murdered. A lot of them got bad raps. And did a lot of time. So they looked to destroy the black family, and they did everything they could. And what really hurt, what really tore it up, was crack.
Okay.
Once crack, okay, it was already bad because a lot of them were locked up. A lot of fathers were locked up. A lot of women were going to the. See, what they don't tell you is, right, back then, a lot of black women were going to see their husbands in jail.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and taking their daughters and their sons to see their daddies in jail, who was bucking against the system because they were really pro-black back then, right?
Yep.
Now, what really was the final nail in the coffin was crack. When they unleashed crack in the community, it was bad.
Okay. So that's
It was
what.
bad. It was bad, man. Let me tell you something. crack in 24 hours literally destroyed families in 24 hours.
Okay.
I seen people freak out. I'm talking about within the week, whole families were devastated. They were killing each other. They were running around the street like zombies looking for little specks on the ground. They were killing they were stabbing each other. It was bad. It was bad. I saw families implode, explode, just literally overnight. It just crack just destroyed what was left of the foundation of the black family. It finally broke through and just destroyed the whole foundation.
Okay.
But now you had all of these crack addicts running around. First, there was a lot of dudes who were crack addicts. Then the women started getting hooked on crack.
Right.
Then you had crack babies. It was bad. It was bad.
So basically, because I know when, like my grandfather, my dad's mom, my dad's father. My father used to tell me that he would be making him read the just all these pro black books and the what is it, the something about Western civilization, and African civilization, just all those different books that were coming out during the time. I can't really think of all of them right now, but he was really pro black. He went to school and got his degree, and my dad did. And like I said before, my great grandfather, he took all the jobs that the white people didn't want. They used to clean buildings, and he had all those contracts, and so he was able to buy a house. And so what I'm saying is this: so I just know from what my dad was saying that my grandfather was really pro-black at the time, and you're saying that there was a lot of bucking of the system. That's like when
a lot of bucking.
The Panther Party was going around, and was out, and then there was like this campaign to get black men out the home, and they were really militant back then, and so they're going to jail, and they're that's when they had a whole lot of the political prisoners, and
they were.
It was
they had
amount.
Right? They had laws. Yeah, they had laws specifically for aggressive black men. Like if he moved his hands too much, he was aggressive.
Right.
If he talked with bass in his voice, he was aggressive and dangerous. They were coming after black men because that was the strength of the family. Right. And that's the black woman had a true leader.
Right.
Back then.
Yeah.
Who wasn't afraid.
Yep.
And they had to get him out of there. They had to destroy that type of black man.
Yep, I noticed that. I remember. Well, I don't remember, but my dad told me that when him and my grandma got divorced, he was playing. My dad was playing football, and his dad would just come to his games and practices and stuff, and he'd be like, "Man, he's always coming to my practices." And his friends was like, "Dude, I wish my dad would come to my practices." So, I'm saying this to say that family, regardless if this relationship did not work, black men, I feel like back then, the character of them, they knew that they had to still be there for their offsprings. Like they had to be a part of their lives. You know what I mean? And so that's what that's what I gather. And then there was already, with all of the going to jail and that movement back then, it was affecting the black community. And then when crap came in, it just kind of just wiped the fragileness out, our fragile community out already.
Crack just annihilated everything.
I remember. I just didn't know. My whole part was like, I know the damaging. I know what crack did, but I just
I lived through
it. What led to it? Well, what happened before? Because why were, you know what I mean? That part is never discussed, And it's
Yeah, we were
always,
already.
instead of the whole the political prisoners and the bucking, it's welfare is what took it out. And to me, I'm hearing like, I just, as a woman, I know women aren't kicking men out the house. They weren't doing it back then. That's a lie. They would not
Well,
choose a man
And what?
over,
not to mention there was the Vietnam War that was
yeah, the war.
going
Oh
on
yeah,
And
towards
that's
the
then,
beginning
and,
of
and, and
something.
then what they was doing is, once they get the black men out of the home, they would come in with social workers and just overwhelm and bully the black woman. A lot of now, here's another thing that they won't tell you, right?
right.
They kept the strength of the woman down too. They didn't
Hmm.
want her to be independent. This is where you get the independent movement from, right?
Okay.
They would come in and try to bully the black woman and force a welfare on her.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no, don't go to school. Going to school is not good for you. These kids need money. Just accept this from the government. You just sit here and take care of your kids. Don't worry about going to school. Don't be independent. Don't get a job, whatever. They would literally go into the homes and bully these black women with these social workers, and then they would
I never
make
heard
them.
of that
Yeah,
before.
oh yeah. You see, that's the story. That's part that's not being told.
Right.
Like for example, you know what really the only movie I ever seen focused on a part of that was the Malcolm X movie that made by um, Spike Lee.
Spike Lee. Yeah.
When you look at when they killed her husband, it was a strong black man, right? They
Hmm.
killed him, right? And
And
then
they
they
put her in
came
a
in,
mental
right?
institution.
They came in, they took everything away from her,
Hmm.
right? To keep her from rising up.
Right. Okay.
See, they was
It
afraid of
talks
black
about
people.
that.
You see, also understand something, right? That type of black man had a certain type of black woman,
Right.
right? He
Hmm.
was strong. The woman was strong too.
Right.
So they had to get rid of both of them.
Right. Makes sense. Yeah.
See, the story that's not being told, a lot of black women were wiped out as well.
Yeah, that's not told.
Right.
That's not told. Yeah.
Because that kind of black woman was a threat because she experienced being with a strong leader,
Hmm.
right? And so he
Yeah.
taught her how to be strong. He taught her like my father taught my mother what to do in emergency situations. If something happens to him, what to do. He taught my mother how to shoot. He taught her
Right.
how to fight.
Yeah.
He taught her
That's
how to
true.
do certain things, barricade the house, stuff like that. And so he taught her. She had a
How
strong
to
will.
hunt. My grandma knew
He
how to
told
hunt and all
right.
that. Yeah.
He taught her skills that if she ever needed, she can create a job for herself. Right.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
so those women behind those strong leaders, they were strong too.
Right.
So they had to get rid of them too. It wasn't just the black men they were trying to wipe out. They were trying to wipe out that whole mentality. Okay? Because the strong black man, right, created that strong black woman that followed him. You understand what I'm saying? So if they
Right.
got rid of him, they had to worry about her because she wasn't afraid. She knew what to do in case her husband went down because her husband taught her.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And so they had to get rid of her too. That's why when in Malcolm X, when they murdered her husband, they made sure they took everything away from her.
Right. Absolutely.
They made sure, okay, that she had nothing. So she couldn't rise up and be a threat.
Right.
And so now, everything's been replaced. You got black women falling back now. You got weak black dudes out here who ain't nothing like the men back there. Not
I
even
think
close.
I see, but what I was saying was that because of the positioning that the black woman has now in the household, and she doesn't have males that are black men that are that cut from that same type of cloth, that just being a human being, it's frustrating. It's you do develop some sort of bitterness. You do develop some sort of resentment. And I do, and I'm not blaming it on the woman, of course I'm not. But I will say that you're in your household, you are influenced by your parents. And I believe that, just rightfully so, that there are, the Black woman's, frustration and the things that she has to deal with, being a single parent. It does, she talks about it. She it's something she vents about. I do believe that it influences her way, her influences the way that she raised her children in a way, and I feel that it does carry on to parts of their character. And I'm saying this to say, because I know that people in my family, when my mother and my father separated, even though my father was always in my life, I remember my mother saying things, and I can, but because my father had I had a good relationship with him, it didn't infect me. But I know aunts and uncles, and you know what I mean, and it's vice versa. If somebody's in the household for a permanent if someone is primarily in the household and if the father is not around, you're going to adopt some of their personality, and a woman cannot raise a man, so she can only do it but so much, and it's going to be watered down.
But let me take care of that too, about all this stuff about a woman can't raise a man. She don't have to.
No, you mean she doesn't have to if she
doesn't have to. All she has to do is raise a boy.
I mean, raise a boy. That's what I meant. Raise a boy.
She can't raise a man, but she can raise a boy.
Yeah, raise a boy. Raise a boy, but the influence of the father, the mom, for the mother and the father. I mean, for the girl, the daughter and the son.
Right, but that comes from Right, but that comes from the influence of the father. Exactly. So, see, like back then, right? Women were true managers of the household. Okay.
Yeah.
The father would come in because the father's made all of the money. Like, I'll use my family for example. My father worked at Colgate, right? He made a lot of money. So he come in, put that big check on the table. My mother take care of the check. She had 10 kids in the house, right? And so it's 10 plus my father, right? So she had to manage people, right? She had to manage a house budget, right?
Right.
Do you know that many women back then, when their husbands died or went to jail or whatever, do you know that they were qualified to go into managerial jobs because of the way they ran households?
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah.
I definitely can believe that. I read this book called I read this book recently called The Color of Law, and it talked about the
that's The Color of Law. Is that what's the name?
The Color of Law. It talked about judicial segregation, and how when they had it talked about what she was talking about, the Vietnam Wars, how they would have, they wouldn't give Black people jobs, they gave them the last one. It talked about so much, but it talked about how it talked from a government standpoint, how they made laws to segregate. You couldn't buy houses in certain cities, and they would appraise their houses high to make them pay higher taxes, and it talked about it from a legal standpoint. That's what I liked about it. But I do know that they definitely play.
And you gotta, and you have to also understand too, right? Although those men were strong, they really loved their women back then. My father really loved my mother. Okay, these men, they loved their women. Okay, this is why the women, huh?
So you don't think that I mean, I believe that.
What happened? Uh-oh, did we lose her?
No, she's still there. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me see something. No, she's still here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that if you fall asleep, it's
Oh,
okay. I got it.
okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Nature, try again.
I'll call. I'm gonna log back in.
Okay.
Okay, she sounds kind of low, but she's there.
Mhm.
Okay.
Just drop the link one more time, just in case somebody else want to come up.
Okay. Oh, she dropped off.
Oh.
Okay.
But I got it in case you fall asleep. No,
Okay.
you ain't got to hold back.
Oh, okay. Oh, black
Yeah,
men they gonna log
yeah,
back.
yeah. And the thing about it is, back then, there's a lot. The black woman was very, the black man was very strong back then. Okay, so
Can you
she
hear me
took
now?
on the persona of her husband.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can
And
hear you
so
now.
she took on the persona, and plus, a lot of black men taught their women a lot of survival skills. You have black women, they would go fishing. They taught them how to fish. Taught them a lot of survival skills. So they had their husband's persona. And then because the husband's in the house teaching so much, they pick up a lot of teachings on how to deal with boys. So the black women back then, to me, would be the most qualified to raise boys. Today, there's so many weak men. There's nothing for the black woman to learn from on how to raise boys because the men are too weak. She can't even learn nothing from the day's men. Can't learn anything. And and these guys want you to accept the fact that they're nobodies, and that they choose to try to talk their way out of a situation you can't talk your way out of. And keep coming up with all of these gimmicks. Now that you're conscious, okay? You're an Aboriginal. You're a Native Indian. You're a Hebrew Mizraelite. You're a guerrilla Hebrew. All of this nonsense. You know what you Ali. You a Muslim. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Right.
And when you look at the black community, right? None of
Mm-hmm.
these guys do a damn thing in the black community. None of them. But yet they want to tell you all of this BS like they got real credentials in the community and they don't do anything in the community. Sonetta told black people outright, why don't you go fix your own community? What complaining to me for? Well, you the one telling them that you are for the black community. That's why they bothering you. And so
Do you
back
think that
then
they're looking for a leader?
Who?
The men nowadays are looking for like father figures.
Nah, they looking for mothers.
Yeah.
They want to be these guys today. They want to be kept men. They want to be treated like kids.
Yep.
They want
and then want respect.
Yeah.
Like men.
Right.
They want, like my dad said, they want all of the benefits but none of the responsibility.
No, exactly. And my whole problem is I feel bad for black women because I don't know what y'all gonna do because this contingent of black men is terrible. And then you got people who want to have you believe that ain't nothing wrong. It's a whole lot of stuff wrong. It's a whole lot. Well, let me check something real quick.
It definitely is. I have never seen it demonstrated. Well. What is the cat saying?
Okay. I think that's why some of the Zoomers, those that may not have been raised with their father. They
Hmm.
might have been raised with their grandfather, their mother's dad.
Yeah.
So they have some of those traits. It's not all the way complete because sometimes they feel a little lost or they have issues with their dad and stuff
Okay,
like
I'm
that.
back, y'all.
Yeah. I
Mhm.
just want to I just wonder, like, where do they go to change the narrative? I mean, where do they look to
Well,
gauge what manhood is? Because
well,
it has to be a shift. And I'm one. Do you think that, like we were talking about today, Gen Z, because they're adopting their own personalities and their own way of doing that, they could possibly change the narrative of
it's
how
gonna
Black
take.
men are in the community?
Unfortunately, this contingent of black men, they're done.
Yeah.
There ain't no fixing this contingent. The next one coming up behind, but we have a lot of hope for, which is the Z's. Okay, I like the way the brothers think in that generation, especially the ethnic ones. They're
Hmm.
strong. Okay, that's who you put your. That's where the hope is. I think they're going to bring back the manhood. They're going to bring back pride.
Right.
Okay, yeah, I think they're going to restore a lot of things, but they are different now. They're not the same as my generation. I think they're better than my
Oh,
generation. They
okay.
they have a better. They have a different. They have some of the things that we have, but they have more. So I think they're
Okay.
a better version of Generation X.
Right. And
So,
I do know that when there's more money, when there's economically, when the economy is doing better, of course, the household, there's more people getting married,
do
and
you know
then
something?
yeah.
Do you know that my generation, Generation X, is the only generation that expressed black love?
You know what? I can say that, yes, because you don't
Well,
see that.
you don't
And
see that
well,
nowhere else.
I do. I also feel that hip hop culture has contributed to the a 25-year campaign of sexualizing Black women and just vilifying Black
Well,
men. I think that's
they
contributed to it too.
the problem is if they've taken the love out of the men and they misput like for example, love is for women, respect is for men. My father taught his boys, you love the women and you respect the men. You don't love men. You love women and you respect men. These guys, the love has been taken away and put it into the men. So many of them love men. They don't love women.
Right.
They,
You're right.
they
You're
hate. Yeah,
absolutely right.
yeah,
They hate
they,
women.
yeah, exactly.
They really
They,
do. They have
and
a
you know what's the
strong
big part? Yeah,
man.
you know
Woo.
what causes that? Pimp culture.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I totally agree. And
Pimp culture.
that's one thing I would say, when they either sold drugs, but I would say that a lot on the Pacific Northwest, that pimp culture was a really big issue. During the time I was in, college, well, high school and stuff like that. And yeah, I really believe
But
that.
this is why.
But that was with but you got the Snoops and
Mm,
all of that culture that contributed to that. That whole rebranding of what manhood was or how you should treat women, that contributed to
hmm
that culture. Like,
And
it's
you
been
know
going
what?
on for years, but it boosted it up.
Right, and he did his job well. You know, he's married.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, all that crap he talked about women, and he's messing. He done messed up a couple of generations of boys, but he's married. How?
Yeah, it
Go
did.
figure that.
A lot of that did. And it's like, man, I don't know. But then
And
you
here's the
see
thing.
that they have.
I'm sorry. Here's the thing, right? If you don't have love for the black woman, you don't love your woman, you can't get nothing done. Those men did not do nothing without women in mind. They built the community and made it safe because they loved their women. They wanted this for their women. They created a salubrious environment of maximum protection because they loved their women. They wanted their women safe, and they wanted their women to be able to nest in their environment and enjoy the environment and thrive in the environment. All of that was out of love for the woman. Men do not do nothing for themselves other than maybe buy our own clothes and maybe get a car or some shit. Everything else is done for the women in our life. That's why I keep trying to tell people, women give us purpose. You want to get rid of the women, right? If you got rid of the women, the men would go crazy. They would kill each other.
Yeah.
That's why I told Kevin Sim, you stupid ass. You know, you better. The women are the only people that's actually protecting your gay behind.
Yeah.
Okay, and
That's
so
true.
right, and so my thing is, without the women, you got nothing. So that's the only women give us purpose. Women make us go out here and build skyscrapers and come up with cars and all kinds of stuff so we can entertain our women and so our women can smile and feel, you know, and enjoy themselves or whatever. That's everything to us.
Right.
Like I know dudes, man, who walk around and dress in meager clothes, but their wife is like iced out. Because men, real men like their women to shine. They want their women because they call that their better half. So he'll walk around here in some Timbs and work pants, khakis, right, and a baseball cap. But when you look at his wife, you can see where all his love goes into.
Right. I've
You
came
know,
across a lot of men that it's like a competition between a woman, and you know, they
well, those
don't
are gay. Yeah, well, those are gay
they're gay.
dudes.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
And
those are
then the
gay
men
dudes.
that kind of feel upset because a woman has reached a certain status
Yeah,
in
yeah.
her
Again, those are gay dudes. Real men don't even get down
hair.
like that.
Right.
Yeah,
And
real men get down.
then I've met you know, I've met a culture of men that you know, I asked, you know, somebody, I said, if your daughter was able to be, she was just extremely good in science, and you know, you just never know what she could do, and she had, you know, went to college or whatever and got a really good job. If there was a man that wanted to be with her, would you tell her to quit her job just so he wouldn't feel just so he'll feel comfortable, you know, being in her life? And they actually said yeah. And I think
Well,
that's so sad.
yeah, well, those are weak men, and you know, when I came back from the military, I fell on hard times. Right, my wife was a working at Bank of America, who became a powerful executive. Right, she had a ton of money. I was broke. When I was with my wife, you know what jobs? You know what? And I even mentioned this job before. I used to work at Pathmark. I had a job making $300, I think, yeah, $300 a week, $260 something after taxes, right? And I would go out and chase shopping carts and bring it back to the store.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of background I come from, right? And my wife had a
Right.
lot of money at the time. Okay,
Right.
and so, but I still wouldn't got me a job.
Right.
And you
It's
know, it led to my
major things
success
that come
today.
with that.
Right. Right. And so I tell these guys, I don't want to hear it, man, because at one point I worked for $260 some a week.
See, they would do that. They'll be content with her making the money and then resent her for it later. So that is that right there. That's
Yeah, but they
so
ask you for
crazy to
too
me.
much. You can't sit up here and say, well, you want her to make all of the money and she wears the pants and then you want to be treated like a man. You can't do that. You don't get your manhood up.
Yeah, and they resent her
Okay.
for it. So, yeah.
Exactly. Well, you done gave your manhood up. And then another thing is these guys can't really provide for their women. They don't know what providing for a woman really is. Like, for example, you can't get married and bring a woman back to an apartment talking about that's a house. An apartment isn't a house. It's a temporary shelter that you don't have
Right.
no control over.
Mm-hmm.
So your
And
woman
this,
can't probably nest in the environment because you don't control the environment in which she's nested. That's
right.
why these guys
And
don't have no sense of ownership.
and then they get upset and say, "Oh, these women are on all this assistance, but they're on those assistants."
And you look
So
at back in the day,
it's
right?
just like
The men,
crazy.
right?
Yeah.
If you look at back in the day, right, the men provided the proper roof over their women's head. The women didn't have to worry about getting kicked out on the street. They had to worry about no land. They men, their husbands owned the homes they were in, and so
They
they
knew how to
thrived
build
in
them
those
too.
homes. Yeah,
And they
so
knew how
they
to build them
thrived in that.
too. Right.
hmm
Yep.
These guys don't own nothing. So how you gonna bring a woman back, and be serious about anything? You in an apartment talking about, well, I got us an apartment, and you wasting money.
Right.
You can't be wasting money talking about you want to get married. You shoveling out $1,300-$1,400 every month that you're losing, that you're not making anything on. It's not even working for you like that. You know? And so, like I said, they can't even provide, a roof over their woman's head. You take a white man, he'll go buy a trailer and live in that. And go find him a woman and she'll go live in that trailer with him. And she'll be happy because it's his trailer.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we don't these guys today, man, they just, I don't know this is the worst I've seen.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting a little sleepy, so I'm gonna go to
Yeah, I'm about
bed.
to say, yeah, we about to shut it down. All right,
It was
everybody.
good talking to you.
Oh yeah, I had a lot of fun. Enjoyed the conversation. All right, everybody. Peace, power, unity. We're gonna get out of here. I know my little sister is very sleepy. Thanks, Autumn, coming
No
up.
problem.
Autumn Nature.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Shout out to Miss
Okay.
FedEx. Hoping you're feeling better. And again, my apologies. I didn't know RBR was that. Well, I know he was foul, but I didn't know he had did that to your son. So, of course, we can't have nothing like that represent the Empty Star Network coming over here with that kind of foul shit. Okay. What's up, Islander? What's going on, bro? All right, y'all. So we're gonna say me and the Dane. We're gonna say peace, power, and unity, and we'll see y'all for Ladies' Night. I don't think I'm gonna do a stream tomorrow, so I guess we'll see you on Ladies' Night, right, Dane? Okay. I guess she's asleep. All right, y'all. See y'all on Ladies' Night.